nu'u manu.
Na whaingo o le nu'u manu po le motu manu. Ia ai o inae o whanga uma i ai manu o le lalolangi.
O le ngua sao le moku ia o le nu'u manu.
O le ngua e whanonga ia o ingai koe inga fo ua maliu o nu'u manu.
The name nu'u manu, meaning residence or territory of birds, denotes the ecological significance of the atoll to the people of Manua, as the hatching ground for a variety of South Pacific seabirds. Various species traditionally assisted Samoans in predicting the weather, in navigation and in finding schools of fish. The atoll's European name, rose, is explained in several ways. One derives from the extraordinary pink color of the abundant coralline algae that grows on much of Rose Atoll's coral reefs. More historically related explanations also exist. The explorer named the atoll after his wife Rose, who was accompanying him on his around-the-world voyage. Yet another version attributes the name to the daughter of a man of mixed heritage who came from Apia to Ta'u in the mid-1800s.
Sa malanga mai le nei manua ia ona pai people le tin manu ili na fino tu manua ia fulano na fine no e ngoi ya ro la ai pe fa mo macho ai ngo
ile afe iva se lau tausanga sa fio ile fio ngol tu manua ile nu o muli ava ma ave ia ile fu ai tu ai luma fa mauni ai o le nu o manu tele ai le o le afe iva se lau o fa pe ona isa ini ai le fengainga mal malo tele
ma ina tonu fo ina sisi ai le ua i fu an motusani.
When Tuimanua Elisara signed the deed of cession in 1904, the atoll, belonging to Great Manua, also became part of the U.S. territory of American Samoa. Later, in 1941, at the beginning of World War II, U.S. President Franklin Roosevelt designated Rose Atoll a Navy defense area, but it was never used for that purpose. In 1973, the atoll was established as a national wildlife refuge through cooperative agreement between the American Samoa government and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The refuge encompasses everything inside the red line, which outlines Muliava's reef in this aerial photo. Its two islets, Rose Island and the barren Sand Island, comprise 20 acres. The lagoon, 1,600 acres. Closure to the public is designed to protect the fragile ecosystems of the atoll. Permission of visitation must be obtained from the Office of Rose Atoll National Wildlife Refuge in Pago Pago. Despite this protection, a Taiwanese longliner tuna fishing boat ran aground on the atoll's outer reef in 1993, causing major ecological damage to the reef and its marine organisms on which the birds are also reliant. The waters were contaminated with thousands of gallons of diesel and lube oil. Decomposition of the iron hull in the water led to an outbreak of harmful algae which killed the coral. The reef is now recovering thanks to efforts from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the American Samoa Department of Marine and Wildlife Resources to remove the 250 tons of iron off the reef. The need to increase the level of protection from such environmental hazards was realized. In 2009, the Marine National Monument was established through a presidential proclamation under U.S. President George W. Bush, protecting 50 nautical miles around the atoll, shown here with the green square. Besides the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, other agencies with responsibilities in this area include the NOAA National Marine Fisheries Service, the National Marine Sanctuaries, and the American Samoa government.
Te mulmuli no vaieo o luese ma tau. O le afe iwa se lau onos fulfitu. O vaia pea le motu nei. lo fai malanga pe le nu o manu e whaongai ia wa whaangota.
Given that the people of Manua seldom have the opportunity to visit Muriava, a special trip was organized on board the MV Sili, American Samoa's ferry boat. Early Saturday morning, March 26, 2011, the ferry headed out from Pangupangu Harbor in Tutuila. The trip's purpose was to afford the opportunity for people of Manua to visit the atoll and experience it firsthand after so many years of only hearing about it from their elders.
Oli taimi ni lo mato yai pe lungo le ba. Te po il mana yo nei fai nga malanga. Lo mato fai malanga mai ai. To tele la wa tangat. O e po yo lo fai malanga mai yo atu no man. E asi ya. Yo ni po yo pa sese yo atu yo fu. Ta u
in addition to people of Manua, also on board were members of federal and local government agencies. These agencies are now attempting to increase inclusion of Manua in planning processes with regards to the atoll. This trip is seen as part of that effort. It was an 8-hour ride from Tutuila to Ofu, where a meeting was held with local members of the villages to help stimulate dialogue and sharing of concerns.
In the proclamation that established the monument, it specifically said that commercial fishing was to be prohibited throughout the whole monument, so all the way out to 50 miles. So that's being done.
O ia yo kako makua ia so vai manako discuss inga le motu le nei. Eu ia lainga ku fa kasi kako makuku ya ele sha ia mo fai al mo ko mo ia ko aku mun muli king kui mo.
I think before I was kind of leery too, so pole afo ingena. But when I look at the program it's set up, I think it's to our benefit. Because right now in Luagaco, we don't have commercial fishing boats. So I think this protection it protects us from the commercial fishermen that will come and take some of this without regard to conservation.
There are a lot of foreign vessels that are encroaching into local and federal waters without any monitoring and enforcement. One of the objectives here is really to monitor and control. Whatever we do, Manua will be at the forefront. In terms of the decision making, in terms of consultation, representing the American Samoa government, it will be Manua.
Residents throughout Manua were also interviewed about their concerns.
Pule to lo se upo to ilo ngutu. Ia le malo tele po ai foi ni e oni tamali po ai lava. Ele ai ele ifono ele tasil fina ngalo manu tele ina ia avatu fa pene ia mato mesi.
The trip continued to Ta'u, where more people boarded for the voyage to the atoll. One schoolgirl expressed her excitement about going on the trip.
Say experience me for my Rose Island.
The next morning, after sailing through the night, the MV Sili arrived offshore from the atoll, an exciting sight for all to see. The ship's small boats were offloaded for people to be ferried to the shore. All refuge policies were followed to ensure against the unintended introductions of any organisms or insects that could negatively impact the atoll's ecology.
Tonule nganga o se fifianga ma na faiona sa ilu talu e o mai tonol nei nu stasio nu sa yaitu a nu o yaso umavai.
On shore, everyone had a wonderful day of learning about and experiencing the atoll from both above and below the waterline. The lagoon is teeming with fish and giant clams, the faisua, a traditional Samoan delicacy.
Ole faisua ole fe'e ia maltele a oisi I tu ai ngā whaiva. Ole tala alea to ina mātua, ole nei tu malo, ia o whaiva na e masani ona o iai. Ma sa tau nuu ai fo I Muriava.
They used to travel to Muriava to do this type of fishing called lepanga. I remember very vividly that one of the lepanga came in. The boat is almost sick. It's full of fish, especially the shark.
Le popo o niu o me uma whapena whatasi ma le mauno le panga.
Muriava was also a turnaround and resting point when Manua fishermen went on their long-distance bonito fishing trips.
Tala ia whapeo ina ia malolo mai ai. Peo se mapsanga fo ina ia whaila to walwhanga ona mapumaile ina.
While fish, clams, and coral proliferate in the lagoon, above the waterline, it is birds that dominate. Here is where many of American Samoan seabirds hatch, either in nests in the trees or underground.
So right now I'm seeing a lot of eggs without the mothers, and then there's hatchling there.
A variety of species make up the colony of seabirds and the atoll. The great and lesser frigate bird, called atafa in Samoan, are easily distinguished by their forked tail. The very large masked booby, which nests on the ground, is called a fu'o in Samoan. Another kind of fu'o, also prevalent, is the red-footed booby, the color of its feet being its distinguishing mark. The third type of booby or fu'o is the brown booby called fu'o manu'ula. The prevailing bird species on one side of the island are the sooty terns, which nest on the coral rubble on the ground, and the black and brown noddies, tongongo in Samoan, which nest both in the trees and on the ground. The graceful white tern or manusina is also found, as well as the red-tailed tropic bird or tavaitoto, nesting near the roots of trees in the interior of the island, its long red-tailed feathers being its special feature. All these various seabirds are dependent on the sea for their food.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
The close human presence appeared to make the bird nervous, though it did not fly away.
Inga maile mala wakula ngol fuo. Makula e fafanga ai mako uyo. Ia fuo ai masinga mai ni fango kai.
Foi mai. Ya, o se fianga le motu nei. Ono le tele o fingota. Tele o tuina manu ese o mai mai. E fai mea alofa mai ai la tau whanau lo whamuli atu nei I le motu.
Following the successful eradication of introduced rats in 1992 by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and American Samoa's Department of Marine and Wildlife Resources, bird chicks born here are no longer eaten by these predators. The next management goal is to eradicate the ants, which not only harm the birds, but also support the scale insects that are damaging the Pisonia trees, a species that is declining worldwide and which once dominated Rose Island. The atoll is an important nesting site of green turtles. These depressions in the sand are the evidence of past nests. The adult female turtle comes ashore and lays about 100 eggs. In about 60 days, the babies hatch and make their way to the shore. Most are eaten by predators before they reach the open ocean. The few that do survive may swim to far-off islands, such as Fiji, to feed on seagrass. After some 20 to 30 years, the females return to their birthplace to dig a nest and lay eggs, and so the cycle repeats. After 6 hours at Muliava, it was time to head back home. The trip to Muliava has revitalized Manua's links to their atoll and stimulated new interest among the younger generation.
Everybody's trying to pollute the ocean. They think it's cool, but it's pollution. We got to talk about this right now because many people are destroying coral reef. Back alive with the fish and cut it down too much tree. But my sweet Rosato, my sweet Rosato, my sweet Rosato. Ooh, yeah.
Ona fia fia, roi mana ia mole manu, tele man file, tele foio, for manuele or tatia rungor, nenu.
Rosato, tele mangu, ni masi ngofoi. Anga alu malanga I Rosato. Anga alu I ro anko. Fumai manga I kilo mangu, mangu fifi.
Fasana, ai se si ni me ayo fai suama, ana inale fasa fai fale.
The project of documenting Manua's oral histories and traditional uses of their atoll, which is known by 3 names, Muliava, Nu'uamanu, and Rose, has illuminated the importance of the atoll to the people of Manua and Samoa as a whole. Perpetuating those traditions as a living heritage goes hand in hand with preserving the ecological health of the atoll and its surrounding waters.
Talofa, olo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVZK TV, Pango Pango, America, Samoa. You are watching KVZK TV, Channel 2, Pango Pango, American Samoa.
Waifo nei le se ungali I o faiva manaia America Samoa ma ua ngalo atu I uluvao le fetu o le apai sa malamangi ai o tupua tausi. Olo ua tuu sau noa foi le malae ai anga I mai le pongi sa I lona taua fiafi. Ua manawa nei le toa alii ai maeva le na afa ma ua tau le upenga. Vala awa tuia I turu inga o le lalolangi ma le atu lau uma. O mai ha se I o tātou ula afi ma whaafetai atu I le atua o malo. I lona anga lelei ma lona alofa, ua e ma le manuia ai whaiva ma whiau o le nei aso.
E whaatalofa atu I le nei vaenga o le afiafi. I lau sila mai moa ma lau whaafongafonga Amerika Samoa. I tawhai fia o le lalulangi. Ma lo le soifua manuia. O le pese wa sau nia I le au fai pese. O lo maua se whaamanatu o le au auna I le tuse le evangalia. Ma tā upe lua se fulu ma le lua, whai upe tolu se fulu ma le ono, whaangata mai le whai tau I le whase fulu. I le tali atu I le fasili. Le awa oe, o le whea polo inga o I le tula fono wasili. Na tali atu Yesu, e te lofa atu I le ali I lau atua, ma lou loto atua, ma lou anganga atua, ma lou loto atoa, ma lou manatu atoa. O le polo a inga mua le nā ma le sili. E whapea fo I le nona lua. E te lofa atu I le lua te tua oi, e peia o e lava I a te oi. O nā polo inga e lua, ua au tu ai le tūlafon uma ma le au profeta. I Israelu ana mua, e o mai lava le unga tupulanga o taimi. Sa o atu ai e ana apostolo, perfeta na mua upumonia au e whavavau. E whaapea. Ina ia maua le ola e whavavau. E ta tau ona iai le alofa I o tātou anganga. Alofa mo le atua lo tātou ta maa e whavavau. Ma o tātou uso a tangata. Ina ua tau atu e Yesu le au atu la fono. Ina ia maua le ola e whavavau. E ta tau ona iai le alofa I lona tua oi e pei o ia lava ia te ia. Sa whape atu ala o tula fono ia Yesu. O ai fo I le tangata mate tua oi. Na tali atu Yesu I lana whata oto le Samaria ngalei. O na fasili atu ai lea. Peni a wha oi. O ai so la tō nei mate tua oi. Ma le na mau e tangata whamea. Ua whai mai oia. O le na lofa atu ia te ia. Whamawina le luka se furu, lua se furu ma le iwa, si le whai tau le tolu sumo le ono, ma le tolu sumo le fitu. O le nei whata oto, na o atoi Yesu e ta tau I tangata taito otasi o na whali atu se alofa le wha atua o ia. Ma le anga lei so se tangata lava o le whanau o le atua. O le alofa, e le na o se upo se tau tinonga. A o se polo a inga mua ma le sili. O se polo a inga e mana o mia ai le whaatinonga. Na ia whetala ia tuai. A whai tau te alalofa mai a tau. I o tau tausi mai a polo inga. Le iane na se furu whawhai upo se furu ma le lima. O lau ta talo, na ia whaamanuia mai le ta mawha le langi ati o tau tau tasi i le nā lofa mo isi. Ua fōa ina mai ia te ilato uma o e ua whai ma so whaamaoni o lona alo o Yesu Keriso. O le ama whai lea, o na tātou tali atu e pe o na tali atu ma le mauti no Peteru. I oe lea li i e. Ua esi le fia o te alofa i ate oe. A wao oe o le Keriso, le alo le atua soifua. E le suafa o Yesu Keriso. Amen. Lo mātou ta mare langi. Mātou te whaafetai tele o no loa lofa ma lo wanga le leie le mawai lea i lunga si o mātou atu nupele. Mātou te whaafetai o no loa nganga na mafutaina i mātou le nei aso. O mātou wa aia le mōmali e atu o le malama sa whea ngai ai lo atu nuu ma whe au ma ngā luenga. Mātou te whawhetai o no Yesu Kristo ma le tongiola mo i mātou. Ta talo iau whaamnianga i lunga si o mātou atu nuu. Whaamanuia la au whai lotu o lo no manu a wase manuia si o mātou atu nuu. Whaamanuia le whainga mā lo tutuila ma manua. O ta mā matina matutua e maise te tupulanga lalo vaoa se i o mātou whana witi. Mana tua peo mātou talo sanga ta ma whanau o lo watu nuu. O lo au na atu i vanga au le malo. Lupe whaalele i tawha e fia o le lalolangi. I o ato ai au whaamnianga te ilato. Whaamanuia le lau whanua i lona ngalue ina. Whaamanuia le ngata i whale i lona whaangota ina. Mātou te whaafetai tele i mea uma. Mātou te alolofa tele matu. Ia te oe le atualo mātou tama. I le suafo o Yesu Keriso. Amen.
Talofa, polo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVZK TV, Pango America Samoa. You are watching KVZK TV Channel 2, Pango American Samoa.
La patsaia le mamalo le atunu e tusa ma le whaamai o le denki whiula. E le i whaamali e ine whaamatalanga e tusa ma le kone karate a le sungat komisina o le office au palota. Tula e sua mai timi e tali ono molianga i lumo le whaamsinonga whai tu malo. Fatalo Fatu America Samoa e ala inisio whaupopongo tala mai lau KVZK TV ma lo soifua maua malilangi e mama. Ua iai nei se whaalinga mai le matanga luenga o soifua ma loloina mo le atunuu e tusai ma se whautuanga i le whaamai o le dengue fever mai le lolo wa o le tau sa whea ngai ma le atunuu i le vaiaso o tea. O le whaamoe moe le matanga luenga ina ia fo ia le tau tonga fitia i se taimi mulimuli o le tau longolongo e tupu ai manatu le lei, o le tanga ima mao le matanga luenga ona o le malo losi o wanga masavili le vaiasa o tea, mai mawhai ona ola ai le namu ona ono fuanga susu. E a ona whaatino a wala e whaititi ai le afia le nei wha mai, e pe o le sasaa o sua vai o lo o toa i tutono apa mai si la pisi, wha mamau tau tai whaingo fie le namu ona ola ai, suia whai tutoa ma wha malama waia o wha alenga ina, wha o ngā whango whaasiseni namu, ma la e ina lava lima uumi e pui ai le tino mai le namu, e tolu le sifuru wha aso wha ato awa aia a unga o le wha mai o le denki, mai se tasi wa a fia nei, o fōlinga wa ai o le nei wha mai e au fia i le fiva, ti ngā tutui o le ulu, ti ngā tutonu o mata ma so onga o iwi, ma le piliki se i tu lou, o loo fautua ina le matanga luenga le mamalo le atunuu ina ia whaafiso ta se tasi o la to ofisa be a whai walanga na ina a unga e pe ona tu ina atu nei. Nunu yasu le lei mai lau KVZK News. Ua tolo po ina nei le ilo ilonga le senate o le sunga le komisina le tu mau ya Dr. Uyanga le lei le alofi se ia ato atoa whamatalanga e tusa malana kone karate. O le whaiunga na tuina atu le senate le sunga le fumai au ianga le leile a lofi o na ile imanino le tūlanga o lo iai nei lana kone karate sanga lue ai i le nofua inga le awhionga le manu ma la pui umawai nei. Sa fisilingia le awhionga ia tongi o la tūla fono le tūlanga o le kone karate a le sunga ia au ianga le lei ina ne ifete ina ima le tōwhinga fōu a le awhionga i le kovana ia pulali.
Ia tūla po ua whaamuta le kovana lau ia lau konkalate lea nei ai e mai lau termi le lua afe lua sifuru ma le ono.
Lau fionga kong iola e kaumwhaia e kai aku skulanga mangingo ma shofo i loa wae. E o ke elua uli kula fongo la e o ke kalkongwa uole konkalaki e kwa umai ai. I luas furu fuongo ia e peka iange o makangongi ma le fionga ko vanga ia peka o mai ai wa re a koe a maka uile i langa ngofo inga me fa penga o le langonga ngai a kia e ua amaingei ia lewa o mai e whailwhinga ngalo ko vanga ia saimal confirmation ye a kongo e foui i langa ia ko fa inga ia koe a makaila le ia le ofiso o paloka male komisinga i lalo o langa ia kai ka inga o la ukala kau whai aku ngai e kau kari aku aia lau whaafisiri kongi ora.
Sa tau mawhai atu le a fionga i a tongi ola tū la whono ina ia manino le tūlanga o le esenga o le kone karate ma le toi tōwhia o uianga le lei a vea makomesina o le ofisa o pālota o se tasi o wha mamafa o lona finangalo ina ia tu ese matuto o tasi le komesina o pālota mai tō whinga wha apolokiki ina ia fo ia le wha ai tū au.
E le whalongo. Leanga e ia o le mela le la tupu. A whai nei ai wha maonia le tō whinga fau lea. A o lai lava e lei ave e sealau kong kalate to a umane lua fe lua se fulma le ono. O lona winga i lalo tu la fono wha kong kalate. O te tau le malona te tongi a tōlau kong kalate a walela ave ese o wha le au ngā ina i le pule wha kovana. A lela whailau tō whinga fau. O lona winga e te tau na te tongi a tōlau kong kalate le vaenga le te tōlau kong kalate. Leanga o le tūlanga na o le tūla fono ua wha amuta wha nati le i le kong kalate. Ai le o maria o iai, in mena na ofisi le tuai pena e maria i le tūlanga lea. Po o wha amuta lau kong kalate pe le ai. E le mawhaila le maota ona wha amao ni o lau tō whinga. Pe a whai o lai lava e tau o lau kong kalate. Langa o le awhite na i me rua. O le tō whinga wha porkiki ma le kong kalate. E whatoa umane tau sanga pe o le angangal nasa iai. E tele ngā luenga le ofisa pe a tuana i le palota. E te tau wala i le afo i le taitai o le ofisa ona tū mau pea se i mai a le leita penanga o palotanga u tuana ai i ana to a whaida o le si swinga fau mo le tofi lea. Ai a whaida o le tūlanga lea pe on e saunua. E te le o iloa po le alme o tupu i lau kong kalate. Ia le alala mātou nofo atu, matau mate po le mea, o le a ese lau tō whinga whapurikiki, ese lau kong kalate whaale ngā luanga. Ia, ona mau ai leo le white na i le vālea, e le aise mea al mauta mwhai ana whai. E le te tau whaina mātou pālota i lau tō whinga whaulea, ai le i au mai se whaamauninga, wa umalo kong kalaki.
Ua tolo po ina le nei mata upu se ia maua uma mai wha matalanga, matulanga e te tau wai e tusa makone karate, a le o tu e tō fia nei, e taita ia le ofisa o pālotanga le atunu. Nunu yaso le lei, mai lau KVZK News. Ia tātou tala mai le whaamsinonga, sātu lai le sunga ia sui mai time i le whaamsinonga whaitu mālo, e tali i ona molianga o le talepe whale i le ofisa o whaatoanga, ma se tasi o maote tutono o le alalawhanga i nuuli. I tutono le reporti mai le whaamsinonga e whaapea, o le masino Januari o le tausanga nei, sa ulu whale ai le sunga ia time i se tasi o whale i nuuli, ma ave e sia mai e se atutupe, o se mama whaipoipo, o se telefoni, o le ili, sa mala, o se spika manisi o mea whainga luenga, e tolu a whetā la le whatupeina o nei mea tō tino sa ave sia mai lea no fuanga. Sa mawhai o na maua e leo le sunga ia time, e ala ina ua vaai e se tasi o le ainga, le no fuanga o lo iaile si pika e ala i se whailo, e se fulu lima a whetā la, mua whatonuina e te tongina e te tala i tua, e ta lia i aso lo na whamasinonga, i ona molianga o le talepe whale tūlanga lua, ngā oi ma le soli tua oi. Ia tātou tala mai a pia, o loo whaanga solo nei whaatala noanga a le pūlenga o malaiva alele a Samoa, ma le mamalu lau tele o le atunuu, e tusa ai masuinga o le ayai, e peo la fonga tutongi le malaiva alele e la tō e tuwa ese mai Samoa. O le vai aso na te nei sa whai e se whaatasinga le pūlenga malaiva alele manisi o sui o le atunuu, ina ia malama le atunuu i whaopoponga o tupe tutongi le malaiva alele, e i la tō e malanga ese mai le atunuu, mai le onos fulima tā la Samoa sa maasani on tutongi le tangata malanga, i le siitanga o le ayai e se lau tā la Samoa, o le ayai fo i le siitanga o le lima tā la sa maasani on tutongi, mo se tasi o tupe tutongi mo le valele, ma le sefulu tā la o iei nei mo avanoa e pakai ta avale, e se lau tolu sefulu tā la Samoa, le au whae e whaopopo i mea tutongi le tangata malanga, Pea o atu i le malaiwa lele. Nunu yasu lelei mai lau KVZK News. O tātou tala mai le Pasifika le nei fiafi, o atu ina atu se oka i le ofisa o leo a fiti mai le whaamasinonga ina ia susunuina ai ni fuala au whaasaina o le aisa. Sa maua i leo i la lātou o so whainga i to tono se no fuanga tu ufua i nadi i le amatanga o le tausanga mawai atu nei. E valu se lauta ma i pusa o loo iai aisa ma e 2 piliona tā la i le tupe fiti a e valu se lau miliona tā la i le tupe Amerika pe a whaatupe ina. O le nei awala ua whaatonuina ai e le whaamasinonga le matanga luenga o leo o se tasi o awala o loo whaia isi atu nuu ina ia whaatama i ai fuala au whaasaina sa maua mai suesu e ngā leo. Ina ia mauti noa le toe o atu i fafo i le mamalu le lautele. O le fuafuanga tele o le anga lulu e whaatasi ai, le ofisa leo a fiti, ma le matanga luenga o le soifua maloloina, o ofisa o le puipuinga o le si o manga, ma nisi o sui mai matanga luenga o le puipuinga o le saunga le mula o tele mai atunu e peoni usila ma Australia. Usi mai lau whaafunga anga malau mai moa ini se o tala mo le tau ma le tai mo Amerika Samoa. O le awhaia se whaatalatala noanga whalawa i tele a le senate manise o sui o le atunu o lo ofia moli mau e tusa mapili tau whaofi toluiva wha ma le toluiva 5 e whaatatau i le palo teina o tau whinga o le kovana ma le sui kovana Amerika Samoa. Whapeni se o whapoponga i anga vao i lātou o le atau vamo nei tau whinga le atunu o le awhaia lea whaamoimoi le aso luas fuluono le mātina nei i le afo le valu i le tae ao i le maoto le senate i whangatongo. I se ngā luenga tu whaatasi a le ofisa o le ARPA Oversight, ma ta ngā luenga o ngā luenga lautele ma le whaletupe o ati inae, e wala au lia i le mamalu le atunu o lo iai anga waa ma lai sene e ka muta i se whaatasinga i le aso 5 o le masina o mati o le tausanga nei, i le afo le wha i le awauli se ia pa ia le afo le ono i le afiafi, e whaia lea whaatasinga i le whale lau mei i utulei. Amerika Samoa o nisi nā o whapopongo tala i le nea fiafi mai lau KVZK TV, whaafitai tere le whaatasi mai, tō wha seifua. Dengue fever alert by the American Samoa Department of Health. Senate rescheduled Dr. Uyangalile's confirmation due to insufficient contract information. A man appears in court concerning involvement in burglary case. Talofa lava American Samoa, and welcome to your evening news here on KVZK TV. The Department of Health has issued a dengue fever alert in response to the recent heavy rainfall and changing weather patterns, contributing to increased standing water, a breeding ground for mosquitoes.
In an official statement, the Department of Health emphasized that proactive measures are critical, as it is often said that prevention is better than cure. The recent heavy rains create ideal conditions for mosquito populations to thrive, increasing the risk of mosquito-borne illness like dengue fever. The Department of Health strongly urges the community to take preventative actions to safeguard public health, such as ensuring that water is removed from areas where it can accumulate, such as buckets, tires, and containers left outside. Regularly clean up debris and refuse that can trap rainwater, providing mosquito larva habitat. Install and repair home window screens to prevent mosquitoes from entering living spaces. And use EPA-approved insect repellents on exposed skin to deter mosquito bites, as well as wearing long-sleeve shirts and long pants, especially during peak mosquito activity, which occurs typically in the early morning and late afternoon. According to the Department of Health, dengue fever is a viral illness transmitted by mosquitoes. It is common in tropical and subtropical regions around the world. While many infections are asymptomatic, individuals who do experience symptoms may notice them appearing between 3 to 14 days following exposure. Common symptoms include high fever, severe headache, pain behind the eyes, joint and muscle pain, rash, and mild bleeding. Currently, confirmed outbreaks of dengue fever have been reported in Fiji and Tonga, highlighting the urgent need for heightened awareness and community action to reduce the risk of infection. The Department of Health monitors the situation closely and encourages everyone to stay informed and vigilant during this period. Joyeta Whangai Mali with your news on KVZK.
The Senate has postponed the confirmation hearing on the nomination of the acting election commissioner, Dr. Uyangalile Lealofi, seeking his current employment contract documents.
The Senate has postponed the confirmation hearing for the election commissioner, following a request for a copy of his employment contract endorsed by the prior administration. In the confirmation hearing conducted on Friday before the Senate Rules Committee, Uyangalile stated that his contract with the previous administration remains valid until January 2026. However, his recent appointment by Governor Pulali'i Nicolau Pula establishes a new term for him as election commissioner, which became effective on the 7th of February. Senator Tongiola Tulafono pointed out that the election commissioner position is distinct from other cabinet roles. He emphasized that the term of the election commissioner coincides with gubernatorial elections, underscoring the necessity of maintaining the office's independence from political influences. Tongiola highlighted that this independence is essential for ensuring impartiality in the electoral process. When Senator Tongiola inquired whether Uyangale's previous contract has been officially terminated, Uyangale refrained from providing a definitive answer. Instead, he indicated that the discussions with Governor Pulali'i confirmed his appointment to a new term under the current administration. Tongiola further questioned whether Uyangale had consented to the termination of his prior contract, stressing that if it had been concluded without his approval or without just cause, the government would be obliged to compensate him for the remaining duration of the contract. He reiterated the importance of preserving the independence of the Election Commissioner's office to maintain its credibility. Tongiola then requested Uyangale to produce a copy of the contract he signed with the former administration. This documentation is critical for assessing the legitimacy of the transition and the new appointment. Senate President Tua'olo Manaia Fruen asked Uyangalei to clarify whether he had resigned from his position, and Uyangalei said no. The Senate President then asked Uyangalei if he had received any financial settlement similar to those received by other political appointees from the previous administration. Uyangalei confirmed receiving $17,000 for unused leave, indicating a financial settlement during the transition. Furthermore, the Senate President inquired about the potential establishment of a voting process for the Swains delegate, particularly in light of the recently granted voting rights in the Fono. He advised Uyangalei to seek legal counsel to ensure that a clear and appropriate process is developed before the upcoming mid-elections next year, thereby empowering the Swains delegate to exercise their newly granted rights. Senator Tuanaitau Malaki Tongiola supported the sentiments by Tua'olo, highlighting the importance of developing a structured voting process for the Swains delegate. He further emphasized the significance of their involvement in selecting the Swains delegate, asserting that the right to vote in their districts is essential for democratic engagement. Vice President of the Senate, Mangalei Longvi'i Mangalei, who's also the chairman of the Senate Rules Committee, reiterated his request to Uyangalei to submit a copy of his previous employment contract. Joyeta Fiangai Mali'i with your news on KVZK.
In our court news, a man appeared in the district court concerning a burglary case. Sui Maitime is charged with breaking into the agriculture office and a residence in Nu'uli.
A criminal complaint was lodged against Sui Maitime in relation to an alleged burglary that occurred in January at a residence in Nu'uli. This incident took place while the homeowners were away from their property, and upon their return, they discovered that the back door had been unlawfully accessed. Upon reviewing the security footage from their residence, the homeowner observed an identified individual present around their property during their absence. Court documents indicate that the defendants allegedly appropriated several items of significant value, including a wedding ring, a Michael Kors purse, a smartphone, a skill saw, a hammer, a wireless speaker, car jumper, a wood saw, and a power drill, collectively valued at approximately $3,000. The investigation progressed when one of the victims identified a man in possession of their Bluetooth speaker and reported this to the police authorities. During the investigation, the individual informed law enforcement that he had purchased a speaker from the defendants. This lead enabled police to locate the defendants for further questioning. Reports indicate that during the interrogation, the defendants allegedly confessed to breaking into the residence. He faces several charges, including second-degree burglary, 2 counts of theft, and trespassing. The district court set bail at $15,000 for the defendants in this matter. Joyeta Fiangai Mali'i with your news on KVZK.
The much-anticipated Rotary Club's annual raffle and golf tournament proceeded last Saturday. The main sponsor for the event was the GHC Reed in collaboration with other businesses on the island. It's been more than 30 years since the club initiated this first fundraiser, with all of the monies collected from this event being distributed to support their community services. One of the service projects these fundraisers support among the many groups on the island is their donation to the Shriners Children's Hospital. Their service to the American Samoa community throughout the years continues to be a testimony and reflects the mission of the Rotary Club of Paopango. In our news from Apia, travelers out of Samoa will be expecting to pay 130 ta'ala more for air travel once the proposed departure tax and aviation security fee increases by the Samoa Airport Authority are approved.
Last week, the Samoa Airport Authority held public consultations regarding proposed increase in several fees at the airport, including the departure tax, aviation security fee, and parking fees, as well as new VIP terminal charges. The departure tax is set to increase from 65 ta'ala to 100 ta'ala, and the aviation security fee will rise from 5 ta'ala to 100 ta'ala. The parking fee has already been increased to 10 ta'ala, and other fee adjustments will follow soon. Once confirmed, an additional 130 ta'ala will be added to the airline fares as both the departure tax and security fees are added on top of ticket prices. Currently, the departure tax stands at 65 tala and the aviation security fee is 5 tala. The chief executive officer, Tumanvao Evile Falefatu, of the airport authority defended these increases by referencing the 2002 Airport Authority Act. He stated that they were necessary for change and to help develop the airport infrastructure in accordance with countries like New Zealand. He further noted that these adjustments are mandatory. When asked why the announcements regarding the parking fee occurred before any public consultation took place, Tumanwao explained that prior consultation was not legally required. They can waive fees at any time without public consultation, according to the law. If they comply with the law, there is no need for them to go through consultation with the public. Despite the CEO's justification, the announcement has sparked significant discussion among the public. Many attendees expressed frustration over the rising costs, particularly the substantial increase in the departure tax, which could impact the affordability of air travel for many Samoans. The steep hikes in parking and security fees have also raised concerns among frequent flyers and airport-related businesses. There was also a suggestion that travelers might have to say goodbye to their loved ones outside the airport terminal to avoid paying the rising fees. With parking charges and VIP access at an all-time high, many fear that simply entering the airport will become financially burdensome. No date has been provided for when the new charges will take effect. Joyeta Fengai Mali'i with your news on KVZK.
And finally, in our news for tonight from the region, Fiji police will be vaporizing more than 4 tons of methamphetamine seized during one of the biggest drug busts in the country this week, in the tune of 2 billion Fijian dollars, or $800 million US.
In late January last year, Fijian authorities conducted a significant operation at a vacant house under construction in Nadi, uncovering approximately 800 medium-sized containers wrapped in brown tape. These containers were found to contain methamphetamine, known as ice, with an estimated street value of 2 billion Fijian dollars. Consequently, 15 individuals were charged with drug trafficking and are currently out on bail pending legal proceedings. Assistant Police Chief Mesake Waka provided details about the destruction process, which is being carried out under a High Court order issued last year. The methamphetamine will be disposed of using a vaporization method in a furnace, a recognized procedure globally for safely eliminating large quantities of illegal drugs. According to Radio New Zealand, this process will take place at Dignified Crematorium, approximately 15 minutes from Suva. Waka emphasized that the destruction process was planned with extensive stakeholder consultations to ensure adherence to best practices, including health and environmental considerations. He assured the public of transparency, stating that legal counsel for the respondents would be permitted to observe the process. Subsequently, a detailed report will be made public to uphold accountability. Stakeholders involved include the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Policing, the Ministry of Health and Medical Services, Environment, the Fiji Military Forces, the Office of Director of Public Prosecutions, and law enforcement agencies from Australia and New Zealand, among others. This operation highlights a unified response to combat drug trafficking in Fiji. Joyeta Fengai Mali'i reporting for KVZK.
Please stay tuned for your weather and tide report.
Kalafalava, American Samoa. The Senate will be holding a public hearing for Senate Bill number 3904 and 3905 on Wednesday, February 26th at 8:30 a.m. at the Fono Senate Chamber, Whangatongo, American Samoa. Senate Bill number 3904 is a bill for an act entitled An Act Amending the Law to Allow for Separate Election Races of the Governor and Lieutenant Governor, amending sections 4.0103 and 4.0104 of the American Samoa Code Annotated. And Senate Bill number 3905 is a bill for an act entitled An Act Amending the Qualifications of Candidates Running for the Offices of Governor and Lieutenant Governor, amending sections 4.0102 of the American Samoa Code Annotated. If you wish to testify or make a public statement on either one of these bills, you can sign up the morning of February 26th at the Fono Senate Chamber, or you can submit your commentary through the Senate website at www.asfono.gov, where you can fill out the online form and submit. Respectfully, dress code will be enforced. Gentlemen, tie and iafaitanga, and women, pulatasi or dress. For any further questions, please call the Office of the Senate President at 633-5866 or 633-4565. Wale fa'alo alulava fa'afetai.
In partnership with the Governor's ARPA Oversight Office and the Department of Public Works, the Development Bank of American Samoa will hold the Homeowner and Tradesman Networking Mixer Seminar on March 5th, 2025 at 4:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. at the Lee Auditorium in Utulei. There you have it, American Samoa, the conclusion of tonight's edition of your KVZK TV News. Thanks for joining us. Good night.
Talofa, olo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVZK TV, Pango Pango, America Samoa. You are watching KVZK TV Channel 2, Pango Pango, American Samoa.
Voice of the Sea, learning from experts across the ocean.
Welcome to Voice of the Sea.
In this episode, we're learning about the technology that researchers at the Hawaii Institute of Marine Biology used to study genetic relationships, conduct long-term experiments, and remotely assess the health of coral reefs. The location of the Institute within Kaneohe Bay is key to understanding our island populations of coral, fishes, crabs, sponges, and other organisms. Lead researcher Dr. Rob Tonin describes why.
HIMB, Mokuoloi Coconut Island, is unique. There's nowhere else on the planet that you have this modern molecular facility with the ability to do the types of work that we do right here beside a live coral reef. We can actually work with live coral right here, and we can do those experiments, not have this baseline stress that's associated with transporting things that you have to slosh them back and forth in a bucket for half a day. Kaneohe Bay is a really unusual place, not just in Hawaii, but in the world. We have an enclosed bay with a barrier reef that sort of limits the amount of water flow. Because it's this big, very shallow bay, it warms up. The water stays there for a long time, and so it's actually naturally warmer than the surrounding oceanic water. And there's so much life in Kaneohe Bay, and all of those things are breathing. Everything that breathes puts out carbon dioxide, and so it's actually also naturally acidic. And so Kaneohe Bay is this fantastic giant aquarium for future climate change research because it actually is an ocean of the future already. And the corals in Kaneohe Bay are actually these super corals out of the entire population that are able to withstand the high temperature and low pH. If you're familiar with the history of this area, all of the corals here are new too. We used to have the sewage outfall for the city of Kaneohe in the south part of the bay. Dumping raw sewage in here made the whole bay pea soup green. Not a great place for corals, and we lost most of the corals in Kaneohe Bay. And so when they fixed that in the 70s and moved the sewage outfall offshore, Kaneohe Bay bounced back, and almost all of the corals here have come back since 1976. Over the course of a year, what we see so far is the corals that went into the tank have the same tolerances, the same ability to handle temperature and pH stress going into the experiment as they have after a year. And it looks like it's driven by the genetics and not by the exercise or the physiology of the organism.
How is looking at like a coral's DNA or an opihi's DNA going to help you manage it for future generations?
If we think about like the opihi example, and if we imagine that you're looking at a family, if I look at the DNA and your mother, your grandmother, your great-grandmother, all the way back are on the same island as you are, there's a very good chance that your offspring and the next generation are also going to be on that same island. But if I look at it and your grandmother is from the Big Island and your great-grandmother is from Kansas, then there's almost no chance of us being able to predict where your offspring are going to go either. They're moving around. If opihi are moving back and forth between the islands, we need to think about the population as a whole across all of the main islands. If, as we find, opihi almost never cross the channels, every island is by itself, it really doesn't matter how many opihi are in Maui, because that's not helping Oahu. And what we have here is where our next generation is coming from, and what we do to our own backyard is what will determine what our kids are going to see.
The main question that I'm trying to investigate from the genetic work is how connected are the different crab fishery populations across the islands.
Fill me in on our crabs.
Yeah, so we have a number of crabs. We have over 200 different species total. Yeah, and not all of them edible. In sort of traditional culture, we had actually quite a few different crabs that were consumed. The research I'm doing involves the Samoan crab, and then also a native crab. That one we call kuhonu or kuahonu or white crab or haole crab or white crab poke or kimchi poke. Kuhonu is subtitle, so you could find it on sand flats. One of the things that makes it really distinct are the 3 red spots on the back. They can get up to a few inches. The scientific name for kuhonu is Portunus sanguinolentis. Sanguinolentis referring to the fact that it comes from Hawaii. This one is Samoan crabs. This is the introduced one. Remember how I was saying it's a monster? Yeah, because look at how huge it is. In Hawaii, we call it Samoan crab, but we call it that because they were imported from Samoa. It has spread across the islands since the 20s. It's found pretty much on all of the main islands. There's some articles from the 20s, even in the newspapers, that were saying, like, you know, with this crab, like, it's such a problem. We need to lift regulations and we need to go after it because it's even doing things like burrowing under fish pond walls and destabilizing. Okay, so we know when it was brought in, we know about how many were brought in, and we know where they were brought into. But we don't know anything about seasonality in the islands, right? We don't know when they're reproductive. We don't know how often. We don't know the maximum size that they reach in the islands. We don't even know where the gravid females are, the females that carry the eggs. We have no idea where they are. We don't know where the larvae land. So there's actually so much about them that we don't actually know. Samoan crab, you could actually find it definitely subtidal, so definitely underwater where there's mud and where there's mud sand mixture, where the mangroves are. But in some places, you can actually find them a mile plus upstream. They can end up really far inland, which none of the other crabs that we have, at least currently, do that. For the 2 crabs that I study, this is where they live. They don't live in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands. By collecting this tissue and then using it to compare it across the islands, one of the things that we can try to understand is a fish pond or is a area on one island self-seeding, or is it very well connected to everything else? And then for Oahu Island, I'm also collecting along the coastline so that we can dive a little bit deeper and sort of ask the question, are these crab populations connected? How well connected are they along a single coastline? If you were a tiny little baby floating around in the plankton, you might be able to start off at Hawaii Island and make it all the way up to Kauai, which we don't really know from physical evidence. We don't know from looking at the organism, but we can tell that from looking at its DNA and making comparisons across the islands. You would want to know, if you were on one part of any island, where are your stock coming from? Are you self-seeding in that, you're going to control your population in a totally different way than you would if your crabs were coming from all over instead, right? Then you might be a little bit different. You might want to coordinate with your neighbors or whoever the crab are coming from so that you guys can both work together. If they have, the source population, you have the sinking population.
The University of Hawaii's Sea Grant College program focused on Hawaii's coasts and its communities through sustainable development, safe seafood supply, sustainable coastal tourism, hazard resilience, and healthy coastal ecosystems. Hawaii's Sea Grant.
So tell me what we're going to be checking out here.
So we've got a big array of mesocosms over here with corals and other critters growing in them. A main focus of this project is looking at the potential for corals to adapt to higher temperature, higher CO2. So we're looking at several different species, all of our major reef builders here in Hawaii, collected from several different locations around Oahu. Knowing who's going to make it and who's not is critical to being able to have reefs and have fish and have storm protection and have tourism that we get from reefs. And here we've got all of our dominant reef building coral species. We've got 8 different species of corals in here. They're by far the most important contributors to what's generating our coral reefs around here. You can see in some of the tanks, we've got lots and lots of happy, healthy, rapidly growing corals, and in other tanks growing under higher temperature and higher CO2, like they will be in the future ocean, some of the corals are doing really well. Others are not doing well at all. Others have already died. A big question that we're looking at is, what is the potential for these coral species to adapt to those hotter, more acidic conditions that they're going to experience in the future? And the good news that we're finding is, while we know some of these corals certainly are going to do poorly, as you can see, some of them have died, others are doing very well. And that gives us some hope that we can actually transition to a future where those more tolerant individuals start growing and growing and growing more on the reef. And even though things will be warmer and more acidic, we can perhaps have a coral reef that's still healthy and built by those sorts of individuals. A few things have been quite surprising and quite cool. One of my favorite corals that we have here is blue rice coral, Montipora flabellata. Oftentimes, if you go to real wave exposed areas, it'll be glowing bright, bright blue. It's a gorgeous coral. In prior coral bleaching events, we've seen that coral is often very, very sensitive to high temperature stress. And sure enough, we found some of the corals of that species that we collected are very sensitive to high temperature stress. But on the flip side, a lot of them are very, very tolerant. Something that we did not expect at all, no one would have expected, is that we're seeing a lot more babies of one of our common corals here, lace coral, under future ocean conditions, under high temperature, high CO2, particularly under high CO2. That shows the value of doing a long-term project like this one. This is a 2-year experiment. We never would have seen that if we ran a 1-month or 2-month experiment. But over the course of, it's been going about 1.5 years now, the pattern is emerging really strongly. Our corals literally are growing twice as fast as they have in most previous experiments using tank systems like this. So we think we're getting a lot closer to the natural system. All the corals are happy and healthy and look great, right?
And each mesocosm here appears to have a fish.
Yep. So we've got 2 species of fish. They get rotated through. We've got a butterfly fish, which eats natural coral parasites. So things like Bastilla, which come in and eat these parietes, things like that. They are eating coral parasites, just like they do out on the reef. If we didn't have the fish in here, half of our corals would be dead in no time. So we've got natural sunlight attenuated with shade cloth so that we've got light levels that are similar to 5, 10, maybe 15 feet deep where these corals were collected. We have a lot of water flow in these tanks generated by seawater pumps as compared to what is often used in these sorts of experiments. If you go to a coral reef, pretty much anywhere, even a relatively protected one, you've got waves. You've got a lot of water motion, and that water motion is important in driving all sorts of metabolic processes in the corals and the other organisms. So we have 2 levels of temperature, 2 levels of pH. If you cross those 2 factors in the 2 ways, you end up with 4 treatments. So low temperature, normal pH is the control. Low temperature, low pH is the ocean acidification scenario. High temperature but normal pH would be just the climate change scenario, and then high temperature plus low pH is the more realistic future scenario. Is the high temperature killing the corals? Is the high CO2 killing the corals? Is it a combination of the 2? By splitting the factors up, then we can tease apart which factors are causing which responses, and when you have them in combination, does that relationship change? The fact that we're seeing corals that can not only survive, but do quite well under these warmer and more acidic conditions that they're probably going to be seeing in the future, gives me a level of hope for our coral reefs. But I also know that those more tolerant individuals only have a chance if we solve our local problems facing coral reefs, problems of sediment washing onto the reef, problems of pollution, problems of overfishing. They may be able to tolerate higher temperature and higher CO2, but that doesn't protect them from seaweed. That doesn't protect them from mud. That doesn't protect them from the things that we can do on land that either kill them or keep them alive.
Should I just start talking about arms?
Sure, what is this?
Okay, so this is an arm. So not literally your arm, but it's an autonomous reef monitoring structure. And this is a really great way for us to look at the reef without taking a part of the reef and bringing it back to our laboratory. So what this is a way for us to assess biodiversity. And the way that we do this is we put this out in the field. Here, we put these inside of these tanks that have different levels of acidification and heating to simulate climate change. And this gives us an idea of what we expect the biodiversity or the recruitment to look like in the future. This one is a mini arm, so it has 3 different plates. We've had these in there for almost a year, and every month we take them out and we photograph them. Oh. And we're trying to get an idea of what's growing on them, and those things that are growing on them, how are they interacting? And this gives us a better idea of, okay, under ocean warming, what kind of organisms will we see in terms of sponges, tunicates, crustose coralline algae, other things besides corals. And the really cool thing that we found, it's really cool, we've seen a lot of sponges. These are cryptic sponges that have not been described here in Hawaii. So they're new species of sponges. There's about 6 to 8 different species of sponges that we found that have not been found or described before. These are new species of sponges. And we're also seeing that a lot of the sponges that are recruiting under our ocean acidification scenario here are calcareous sponges. And we wouldn't expect them to grow under ocean acidification scenarios. So that's really weird. So what is going on there? I don't know. And we don't know, and we're trying to figure it out. We're seeing different organisms are recruiting on different parts of the arms, and they're interacting with each other in interesting ways. When this project is done in about another 6 months, we'll have an idea about what the biodiversity looks like under these different levels of ocean warming, ocean acidification, and the combination of both of those together. And that will give us an idea of how the reefs here in Hawaii will look like. And this is really important for managers here, so they understand how the reefs will be changing. Recently, what we've been seeing is as the water temperature is getting warmer, the corals are starting to bleach and they're losing their color. You have the coral animal, and inside the coral, you have a dinoflagellate or a microscopic algae that lives inside. And that algae provides about 90% of the diet for the coral. And when the water gets too hot, the coral kicks out the algae, or the algae leaves. All of the algae is being expelled from the coral, and the coral becomes a light color, or it becomes white. So when you see the color of a coral, color is the algae. We've had 3 bleaching events here in the main Hawaiian Islands, one in '96, one in 2014, and one in 2015. What we've been trying to do is look at the color of a coral and try to get an idea of the health of the coral based on the color. If the coral is stressed, it will change its color. It'll get lighter in color because those algae are being expelled. So can we correlate that color with the health of the coral? To develop this card, what we've done is we've taken 6 dominant species here in Hawaii that have a variety of different colors, and we've simulated a natural bleaching event. So we've increased the water temperature, and we sample those corals every so often to get different colors of that species, to get an idea of, okay, this coral is this color. That means it has this amount of algae that's performing at this type of level in terms of photosynthesis.
Do you need to know what species of coral you're looking at to use the card?
No, you actually don't. What we would like to do is we'd like to combine this color card with what's already being done. It's a grassroots movement. That's the Eyes of the Reef. Yeah. And what they're doing is it's a community-based reporting system where you're like, oh, there's bleaching going on here, and you report it. And we can get an idea of how healthy that coral is in that area. And we've also been working with the Division of Aquatic Resources to implement this into the coral bleaching response plan. So when there is a coral bleaching event, the scientists, managers, community members can go out with this card and assess how bad the bleaching is and what types of species of corals are bleaching and how fast that bleaching is occurring.
So they're all using the same type of ruler.
Exactly, basically. Exactly. And this is going to give us an idea of not just what's happening here on this reef right here, but what's happening in Kauai, what's happening in Maui, Big Island, all across, the Hawaiian Islands.
The Curriculum Research and Development Group in the College of Education at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. CRDG's training roots go back over 40 years. Through professional development programs, curriculum workshops, research on teaching methodology, individualized school and district training, and so much more. The Curriculum Research and Development Group, improving schools, improving education. CRDG.
Next, we're taking a look at the colors reflected by healthy coral versus coral rubble and other substrates with Dr. Dan Shar, who is working with NASA researchers to remotely assess the health of coral reefs.
Reflectance is just the light that comes off of something. The sunlight's hitting this flume. You see this as green, you see this as white, you see something in the bottom as brown. So the light that reflects off of something has different wavelengths. That's the color we see. So what you can see in a coral, if it has healthy pigments, you'll see one set of spectra coming off of it. And if there's something that maybe is dyed, it's whiter, so you'll see a different spectra come off. We can start to use that information to quantify the health of coral in remote locations. A flume is a device that it's using water that's drawn in from out in Kaneohe Bay, and it has a motor, and it's just recirculating water at a set speed. I have this water moving between 12 and 15 centimeters a second, and I'm able to completely shut it off. So if I had coral in here, I can measure the coral's respiration, what oxygen it's using, what CO2 it's putting out, and I can also measure its growth, its calcification, because it's a closed-off system. So by flume, a flume is just, I think, a channel of moving water. But this one is what's called a racetrack, where it moves this way and it circles back that, what goes under here. And I just use a small boat trolling motor to regulate it. And I have an instrument down there that's acoustic Doppler sensor that gives me the exact flow speed. This is a smaller part of a larger project that's funded by NASA, where they have an instrument called PRISM, which is a large instrument that's mounted on the bottom of a plane, and they're making measurements of the light reflecting off. And I'm building a database that will allow us to look at those larger measurements and say specifically what things are, such as coral rubble or very healthy coral or dying coral. The instrument they use is, as I said earlier, it's called PRISM. It's like one of these instruments, but it's large, and it's maintained in a vacuum. And so they have to keep it cold in the belly of this airplane. And it goes up and it flies at 29,000 feet, and it will stay up for a couple hours and fly around. But it has to be in a very controlled environment and very stable. We had a plane here for a month, and it was able to scan every coastal region of all the Hawaiian Islands. And then it was in Guam, and then in Palau. And they flew around any islands around those areas. They went into, the project went into the Great Barrier Reef and did Lizard and Heron Island, and it's going to do Bermuda and coastal Florida as well. The idea is once they perfect it on an airplane, then can move to satellites. As resolution is able to increase, you can actually have a satellite fly over and scan a large area. But that's a whole nother project. One of the benefits of doing projects like this is it allows people to start to get almost an early warning sign to the health of different reefs and different environments without having people actually have to go there. It's really difficult to have people go every little spot and constantly check stuff. But if you could just have a plane or something else that flies over an environment, they can start to say signals like, this reef doesn't look that healthy, something might be happening there, we should go look at it. All the data we collect is going to be freely available for other people to come in and interpret. So it's more like the project is funding the instruments, the vehicles to make all of this measurement, and then other scientists can then start to download it off the NASA's website or the Jet Propulsion Lab site, and actually they can start to make answers on what some of this stuff is.
Exploring Our Fluid Earth is a dynamic curriculum developed by the University of Hawaii's Curriculum Research and Development Group, teaching ocean science concepts through the disciplines of physics, chemistry, biology, and ecology. Exploring Our Fluid Earth is now available freely online. Find out more at exploringourfluidearth.org.
We are looking for a few heroes, mentors, trailblazers, innovators, a passion to change lives, spark curiosity, open hearts, and awaken minds, help students answer the question, who am I? This could be your calling, but this is no job. It's the journey of a lifetime. Be a hero. Be a teacher.
Talofa, olo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVZK TV, Pango America Samoa. You are watching KVZK TV Channel 2, Pango American Samoa.
William Mamanua, wo o taimio whainga me tai. Le whau tasi pawa, le fitu ma le se fulu tasi taiao, pa pia ma le fitu ma le se fulu tasi le po, inei lau wala talua KVZK TV i America Samoa. O se tautu o mo whai o na winatu, ona o le fisoasua ni tele mai o le whata mao tu unga whautasi, le a fionga le ala fuaneva Peter Reed Jr. Lona ainga mana tautua ese, o loa le ala, G.A.T. Reed and Company, Peter E. Reed Stevedoring, Samoa Motors, Napa Samoa, ma le SLC Manufacturing.
O le afioanga le nei o leongi. O ona malai fono o la loifi mi whaisau ma whale o mawaenga. Le afioanga foi fioai le fionga le whatu i le motu ma le malu o le whale. Suai la ua ta matua olo ma le osu. Suai ave ngā lio ma tu tele le panga ma le fionga le maava. Ai pui pui malu le whitalainga e tu malele ia salavea ma salavea. Ma vai o le to'o ia fiu ma mai ava. Le lauti ngā lau le lei. Ia opa ia ngā o le tu malo fo, ma malu fo i ngā o le mātou awhio anga nei. O au o whaivae Iuli Alex Gardinet. O au fo i leo o whai masui o le nei awhio anga, tam whai atu se whaamitalanga. O au fo i o le wavea maali waa, o kapteni fo i o le sā le nei awhio anga o le tai maa.
Ia koe mai!
Whaftai atu a vea foile nei awa noa e whaatalo whatua ili pa ia malu foi o le atu nuu. Olo o sila mai mua mai foile nei polo kalamata ua. O le nei a whioanga e telingi talatu o le a whioanga le nei. Tele foi ngi tūlanga e ese mai a isi foi a whioanga. A whai foi e te asiasi mai tu tonu o le a whioanga le nei o leone. Ona e mai tau lea. O le afio anga le nei to ai tau nuu mai ai le ekalesia katoliko i tu tonu o le atu nuu. A ele liwane le isi tū lawe tu tonu o le nuu. O lo iei sionga o le mauna pa ia. O la tau fo ingi to ai tau nuu mai ai. Ia ele ekalesia lamo sa i tu tonu o le atu nuu. O le afio anga fo le nei e tele ai tapua inga ese. A tapua ia i le atua. Ia alfata. Oto lava o le afio anga. Ia e lua lava o lātou whengainga taulangi. O le li whai au mai le ekalesia lamosa, ma le sunga i le fisosoangi mai le ekalesia katoliko. Ai au ne poto le awhioanga, e au fia uma lava le au whenga luenga tofia le atua, ia i tonu le awhioanga le nei. O le nei fo i awhioanga, walau loa fo i mea tau tālonga. E titi lava le aise tālonga po se whaangata mai le au ai fo i le nei a whioanga. Ai lalo uma lava i le pāwainga a i lawa mo tō mata. E lau i loa le a whioanga le nei, sa hi fo i le lato au kiwikiti, a whawhinge, ia e ngoa le mosa o i pala. Sa atu e tau mawhai fo i lato le nei tau sanga, ia o tasi le whinangalo le nu, e whaamalo lo no taluai, wa talia le wala ulia lo ia al tato malo ia lela walo ai foi i foi lato au la kapi mo tam ia o le leone white ia e fa pena lava o ta longa ese uma lava e o afia i la foi le nei afio an o le nei fo e awhioanga. Sa a whea i se whaalawelawe whaanatura, i le o toi pō lava se lilo, i le tsunami po le ngalu wafi, po le ngalu lolo fo i, sa a whea i le tātou o tu nuu. Ni soifua, o le nuu le nei sa a whia ma sa malili wai, i le nei whaalawelawe ma tau tia sa whea ngai ma le nei a whioanga. O lo i se maa whaamanatu a lo tu tonu a le nuu. E whaamanatu pēr le nuu tausanga uma. E mo moli ai le sauni ngā lotu. Ia mo i lato wa a mia o lato soifua. Me se fo e whanau lato ola i le nei whanawelawe. O le pomoni le whaingofie I le tausa I linga o se tō maanga o le whioanga ina wotu lai maile nei whaana le lave. E le whaingofie ma le upomoni lava. E momoli le nganga whaaftai au whainga ruenga pa I a le atua I tutonu o le whioanga. Wa pa I o ina sa maua I se tō maanga a le whioanga le nei. I le teimi sa whenga I ai ma le nei whaalawe lave matu I a po le whaalawe lave whaana atura. E leo se to maanga tasi le aso pe tasi le vai aso na fia tausanga o la lava I tau fō lava le nei whalawe lave ma le langona sa I le nuu. Mato mai tau atu, ia, e peia ua ngai lava ina mautu le lei, ma ua maua le toa fōi, ia a inga, wo mai masangi, ai maise le lau tele o le whioanga, mai le nei whaalawe lave whaanatua, sa whea ngai ma le whioanga. O le wha moe o le whioanga le nei I se le whaangata mai le tai. O le upumoni e le whaingofie. A tō manatu I ai le unga tōpulanga lo I nei. O le sā muli lava o le whioanga le nei sa au atu I le whaangata mai le tai. Mai le tasi le awhi iwa se lau ono sifuru ma le lima. Sa au atu ai. Na mai alo le wha moe le ono lima, ai ono, le ngā awhi e fōi le atu nuu, se tasi fōi o a whā, po se fōi whalawe lawe wha ngā atura, o ina sa hawha inga I loa leo o le sā, ale nei awhi o anga. A mai tau atu mai le tausanga le luafe sifuru lima o leanga toe la langa I le sā le whioanga. E lima sifuru le lei tausanga o ta oto le sā le whioanga. E peino so te le whaingofia I le nu ua whailangi le fōlaunga a isi fōi ta mao le nu ma le whioanga. E ngau lava ia toe whaatino ma ia toe tulai mai se sā le whioanga le nei. O le whioanga le nei, a onga poto le au manga, po le tau le lea o le nuu, e lata lawe le lima se lau le awhai, le au manga le nuu le nei. E whaasa o le lau o mai tau ea, o le mefo le nasa fōfong tā e toi inga, la whaawewhenga whau le sā e tasi, ia la whaawewhenga whaamali e atoa. Ai sa tau sanga mai fōi I laona tō mata, ia whaamuli mole le tātou nuu, mia se sā. Au sa o whaia le fisiti. Tātou nuu I launga tō mata. O la tonu lama se me au ngā aile whaamule se sālea lani. Ia ala nātou tādi. Au ngā tele koe whaamau popo mai e uma. Ia tau le lea. Ia e meise la fo I alo ma whaangau o le atu nuu. Ia o mai ngā lua whaatasi. Whaia loa mali fofo. Whausa. Ia ma leonga masinga te penga I le sā, ai mai ale le sā. Ia sa fitu ngai fo e silsila fo e mol mawinga I le atu nuu. E peia esa ia so mātou sā lo o to I sā uma lo o whaonga ngei. Ia ngō le nganga fo I le nuu. Ia tamu whai fo I sesi mea e kātou te anga I ai. Le sā mai e lona whaule le sā le whioanga. O le au waa le tae maa ma le tausanga o mawai atu. Masalo pe to o ono lava. O lātou sa halo mō mua. A le awhianga atua le awa. O le teimi mō mua le nā o hei lunga le sā. Ia utanga I fōi le fōi. Ia leua ngai mai le ni tausanga. Le fōi lau wha o ngai lātou sa halo le tausanga o mawai atu. E whai fōi ma whai a onga ma fisosoangi fōi. Isi fōi alo ma whanau fōi o le whio anga. Ia o loo tamu whai atu. O te fia mamoli fo ile nganga o le whaafitai tele mai whaamalo le komiti. O mai tau le o malo lo, le pō ma le au, le ngata le mawaiinga o le awa. Ia al whaamalo singa o tolina o le awa. O tātou nuu, o te whaafitai le tāpua inga. Ai whaamomuana moli atu le nganga o whaafitai le o whainga ruanga tutofia le atua i tonu o le tātou a whioanga. Mua le upumoni lava, a o ngā ngai ngā taile le whaamoemoe o alum whanau o tātou a whioanga. Ia, e le iloa lava mea tuku. Ai whaafitai le tāpua inga, whaafitai fo'i le mamalu o le tātou nuu atoa, a mata mai lava i maunga maulunga, ia se i o lava i maunga iti le tātou inga le tātou nuu.
A keu whai ave kua. Sau e lea kas, lua, kolu. A sau e ala ia lea kua.
O le fufuanga i leo vaane, e ese lava lang whaamalosi. O le telo le teimi e sisile au lunga whaamalosi. A le whaamalosi e le kapiteni e leo vaane. Tu lei tu tonu, e toso mai le foe. A e sila me lo lava leo vaane o whapea whaamalosi. Toso mai le foe. Tai male na. Ai sila me lo lava au va o whapea whamalosi. Toso mai le foe. Tai male na.
Pai ngā mea tai o le tālonga tamali ma le whaatamao tu ngā whautasi le awhionga ia le ala i whaneva Peter Jr. Te tasi na te wala maua mandia yalom whanau i le wha ngā tama le wasa le atu Samoa.
E mai le lato a pafoe, ina ia tau mawhai tuli mai le aeto, wa matalava wa hei wa maua le malo si anga fau le au vaala neo le aeto, wa loto te tele foi le au vaala, na wa toi tu foi lunga i le whionga ia le ala i whaneva, pei lava i le eise polenga le teimilu nei.
O le tulango ia le au vaa, o le au vaa tuai lava leo le aeto, ia, ma le sāpot, o le sā lava i sao ngātai sao.
I la foe pea ma le luas fulvalu a foe le minute. Alo o sau ia pangpango le aeto, e pea ma tos fulu a foe il minute, lo sila titi na ia foe la aeto. Ma nei al tuliva la aeto, wa e luma o toi titi tusa e tamua.
E ui lava no pole vale lai titi, a lei na utalitonu lava i lau vaa al malo sil matou vaa, po fe lava me tu iai e mua lava le aeto.
And we must take our hats off this year, right now, to Captain Lealai Foneva Reed and the crew of the Aeto 3 as they cross the finish line in just a couple of seconds and bring the title and the crown of Fautasi Racing back to American Samoa.
Yeah, langona foile, loto fia male. Male suo malia le toi manu malo, ai mai se lava wa tata uso mai tonga, na mai matamata tata tu ngā vā, na o fau i tuai ngā vā. Na langona lava e ese le fausanga le talawhengai ma tātou sāsa iai. ia na ela ese finingalo ia uta fiau mala umanga toi langa toi lalo tatou nu ia mafua le tatou safo o le memo mo molin famalo wa ele wa lo se va o le mato au va ai mai se fo tapo inga mato nu ai mai se fo te langona tapo inga tatou moto ai mai se fo isa mo sif me sili toi langa tatou toi lalo ia se tatou va ai la po femela o ia ne me tu nga fatas
fai ngon vai le kumalo mo kel kasil feeling ako ka kun ko su ese ngol ba mo bole ngon ka sawa onga o me uma samo e maka mai maka sawa o sulwa de la da fu la ngau fai ngol ba al ka sawa o amaka mai ai ngila fuwa ya o sa uma pai ke la sulu ma de la ya luwa kwaru mo kaping pengangar sa le kumalo ka okor sa nga le afio fa ku koko le sa nga le kumalo o fa ko inga na ko sa ili po la se me e le ye da wa le kumalo wai fol komika le kumalo e fa uru koko o le kala fa koko la wa maleliva o le kala nga al kaping penganga ka po i mo ka malao le kumalo e mes fo ia ka mama ki ngā mahua o la ko ka po i mai ka mai fa muia ngai le sa le ku malo ngi ka tsanga ar ka ping pinganga la vai e fa uru koko kala ku ole ku malo mo kele mai lo va ele ko ka fa ilo se kala koko wa ko ko ma po ole ku malo ma malu manga amaka mai lava kai sama sama ku mangu si pa ila ka ulo nga fu ma koko o kala ole ku malo ya e ko fu al mu malo ngai kap ole akwanga ole ku malo e kasi ala lo ko le ku malo keling fa ma mong kela wa ilo ai le ku malo me singa la ku o kalku ya olo mo mai le ku malo mo kele ole nga kai fa le fo le ku malo mo kele piong silfia ka wa vangar ku mo o mal ko le kai sama sama ole le singa ilo ngo le ngi ku malo mo kele ya mar kawanga ai mafanga nga wa ku mo ya ai kuli mai ku mangu amalanga banga au oli singa ko ka ku mo ya mafanga le laule au ku mangu al san oli mele o ki ko ngole ka sa wor ka usanga ngi ole ale fa ka malala ole ale le pi ole le ale mangu ya ole mang malo fo ka sa
Maska ko sefulu keu. Umalo sefulu keu. Alo aku sefulu, paoso babaya lo.
Talofa, olo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVZK TV, Pango America Samoa. You are watching KVZK TV Channel 2, Pango American Samoa.
Ma o tūlanga leo lo iai nei o tunga waa ia la whai nei o tunga waa ia vao malo o iai tonga sa mo i sifo ia ma Amerika sa mo nei o tūlanga la leo iai nei ua ono waa lo o whai atu tai le melo a mata mai el tato tunga waa o le waa leo pango o le aeto o le kiona sina mai sa mo i sifo ia ma waa o tonga e lua ia e mai se fo i le waa o nuli satani lua mal satani tolu o le taimila nei o la tu atu loi tai il meo lo ia de mai tai o Monica ia mafulfuli le masi se au mai se tala la tamai il meo ia nei tatou tunga va
Whaftai sala, ia whaatalo whātu le pa ia ma le malo le tunu o lo umwhaio na mai mo mai le nei tula. O leo o mātou whaasala watu i lunga o le masi ma o lo mātou iai ma le sunga le li whaatono o lo fisa o alanga manui o sami ma le vau matua Henry Sese Pasara whaapea le whiong le li whaipule le tō whaafangwhanga Daniel Lankiule. O le a mātou tau mawhai e tō laulawina atu ia whaalanga mai o le tai mo le aso le fua o le tātou tasila whaipsala o balu spul maleiva. Ia le teimin nei se i tu atu i le sunga Henry e whaatulanga atu le tātou tuunga a wina atu fo i se lipoti i le tulanga lo iai ia le vasa i nei i le nei taimi.
Whaftai Monica, ma naia tele lava le aso ua matango fie, ma naia le la malu se aso matautia fo i le au le lei a wā fo i le whaanga tai i nei tausanga. Ua iai uma waa e ono i nei wa sa unioni uma waa e le o iai lava se waa o la vale wa lo fa tali pe le taimi pe ona ta o le lua o le o tusa pe ama to sfulu lua minute ya ona pa le o tato fanga a wa iai uma lava ia waa nei wa ato uma waa e ono o le kiona sina lo numela mua o le aeto o lo numero lua so o mai ai le si waa tonga o tu ya pai so o mai ai ma le satani numero tolu so o mai ma satani numero lua ya ma le tui vau numero lua ua sauni uma tulanga o le waa o iai nei ma o toi lava stemi toi titi lava stemi ona sauni leo na pa tato fanga ya se itu watu la le to fa ya fanga mo se tulanga fo il fa pertania a wa fo isi tato uso fa fong mai.
Henry, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are now at the starting line of our Fautasi race for today. This is the international race, and so far we have all 6 boats out at the starting line. As you can see on your TV screen, farthest from you is the boat which is orange. That's the Kionasina at gate number 1. Next to that is the Aeto from Pango. In the 3rd position is the Tui Hapai. In the 4th position is the Satani 3, followed by Satani 2. And the boat you see closest to you with the yellow T-shirts is the Tui Vava'u. We are now about 12 minutes away from the start when the gun will go off. So far, everything is calm out here at the starting lines. The sea couldn't be better. We couldn't ask for a better day for a Fautasi race. Usually, when it is rough out here, we have a hard time getting the boats lined up. But so far, right now, everything seems to be all right. Monica?
Ia e whalawi lo atu e leo awai se tas yo sa na whamoe moe e tau sinyo e le whaangatama i le nei tai au le nei auli ua whaifoi se whai unga a le au manga whangatongo ma le au waa le se ula o le a malolo o tāpua i le tātou whaangatama i le so ai sauni mai mo le tu unga Fautasi Samoa i le aso a tai au.
Ma na ia lava tūlanga o lo iai tai nei ua tumu foi ia vaafi o lo matamata. E ma na ia foi tūlanga o iai vaafi o lo faisi mau ese. A tono lava o la tūlanga i whapea ia awane i whaalawelawe il tātou tūonga. O tusa pe a pe maua malawa mastolu afe tangata o iai nei i tai il sami. E tasi le vaa lea vaa foi leo le Island Navigator msalo pe maua lava se afe mauna tupu tangata o lo iai lunga. Ma na ia lava tūlanga le aso. Ia o te langona foi nei temi au vaa ua. Sa uniuni awa lava le taimi ua toe a maleiva le 10 minute o na pale o le tatou fanga tanga ina mai pe ia tūlanga le tatou fanga tai nei tausanga
e pe ona tau whaafonga i se saunoanga le taifono le komiti o tatou tuunga o le itula e lua e whaapa il whana ia ma o e tau lava ona iai uma ia sa i o latou tūlanga a le ai a whapea e silia tui luma mai le laina o le a le whaonga ina le nā sā ai tua mai ia o le whaafita uli lava nai pa ui le sā fo'i o lo o i le nā tūlanga. Daniel?
I'll tell you, Monica, everything seems to be well under control by the Fautasi Race Committee so far. The flags you see on the buoys up in front, that's the starting line, and so far all the boats are back behind, waiting for the word when they have to get lined up, and that's just about 10 minutes away. They say the race will start at 2 o'clock sharp. The boat you see, the little white motorboat coming across the bow of the Satani 2 now, that is the official committee boat, and they so far seem to have everything under control. 10 minutes more, and this race will be off. Monica?
The Seula, which was supposed to be competing in today's event, has decided to rest today. They will prepare for the Samoan Fautasi race tomorrow. So that's why we have only 6 Fautasis racing today. And Daniel, you can certainly feel the excitement, can't you?
That's for sure. The tension is building up. As you can see, the Satani 2 has crossed the starting line. The official boat has told them to back up a little. All the other boats also moving up. Now you can see the Tui Hapai's bow coming across the starting line. They're going to have to start getting all these boats lined up. The tension is building up as we await the last few minutes before the gun goes off to get this race off.
Ya, o na wa tau tanga I mai ai wa amata lava ona o lava vale ia tatou va wa tusa nei wa va atoa wa ia iluma ia le Satani numero 2 I le laina wa afava atoa fo le wa ia iluma ia le Tui Hapai yo o tulanga lava ina o iluma tatou sa ia ai le I yo o lava le temi pa ai tusa pe amal to 2 minute ia toi ia le wa iluma fo I ma le tamuar kionsina wa o fo I le laina wa fai lava si o fo il tembi e excited ai tangata ai le ipaina tatou fanga o leo lo tau fa sa fo il tamua le Satani numero 2 ai ele o tonu I tamua va I lona lava o lo tam fai pe ai le va al committee fa tonu va o to el wat fo I le va ale matala lo ia fo initial committee o luna to fa tonu mai tatou.
Several hundred spectators out here, Daniel. Perhaps later on you'll see the Island Navigator on your television set. It is just full of spectators. This must be the most number of spectators that have been able to come out here and witness the starting of a Fautasi race.
I'll say I think it's a great opportunity for many of the people or the Fautasi race fans. They've gotten this opportunity to get onto the Island Navigator, which is now behind our boat. Getting back to the race lineup, we see that the committee boat there is trying to get the Satani 2 to back up. This is a very critical point because when we're this close to the gun, most captains refuse to back up because once you get that boat in the backward motion, it's hard to get it to go forward again. So the officials there trying to get the captain of the Satani 2 to back up behind the starting line. And as you can see, there's one oarman that is attempting to bring it backwards.
Wama na ya lava ya tulang au sa ya wene walai na fatasi uma va va ngai Satani numero lua. Wama na ya tele tulang au fatasi ya wene.
O se tulanga matango fie yal paenga o tatou sa i le asura nei e pe no tau. Yal na wa pal fana na wa tau faialu uma ye sa ono o tau faialu uma ele lava se sa o fa le tonu le oso. Na o le va na o tu i va o na pito i lata mai lava na o tau vai atu walu na wa aila pa foi walu la to o Satani lua lava na mo mua i luma so e mal tu i va so e mal tu i hapai o Satani tonu na muli mai ai tua. Ya male aeto le nai loa tu lava mamao tu lava i oma le kiona sina ma nei lava le amatanga le tatou tuunga na wa alu ai lava wa tau fai ai uma pa foi o va ai ono ma nei le alu.
Right now the connet sounded. Satani Lua is up ahead by about whole boat length. All the other boats are really tight closed. You can't see really who's next. The Aeto and the Kiona Sina way down the other end. They're moving along fine. The Tui Yapai and the Satani 3 are both coming along too. Babao 2 now is making a move. Babao 2 is making a move. It's catching up on Satani 2 now. Now it's going up. They're moving up. They're 3/4 ways up now. They're moving real fast. This crew from Babao 2 is really doing good. The Tui Yapai is also moving around. Way down the other end, the Aeto is coming up too. Satani 3 is falling a little bit behind now from the Hapai to Yapai. Danny?
After Henry, yala na o tau vai atu sau lava i luma yal tu i vavau o toi titi lava tu sa yal tau mua mal Satani lua. A vai atu le tul na ma mau atu i ol tu i Hapai fo le na sau fa pena fo i male Aeto ma na ia fo le sau le Aeto o kiona sina na masalo o le afa o le Aeto le nai muli mai ai tua ia o Satani tolu lava le nai sau tua lava le tatou tuunga ma na ia le ai o foi o le tui vavau le naua mua i luma ia le tau mua le tui vavau so o iai ma le Satani lua so o iai ma le tui Hapai Aeto kiona sina ia ma le Satani tolu. Henry?
The race is going along. The Tui Vavau 2 is now half a boat length ahead of the Satani 2. The Tuyapai and the Eto are coming back on number 3. The Satani 2 is falling behind with the Kiona Sina. It's going on. The race is just beginning. It's just with just 2 minutes since the gun sounded, and everybody is throwing. All the crews are rowing real strong. The Eto is beginning to make a move up on the number 3. It's about a couple of seats ahead of the Tuyapai. Eto is moving up. Tui Vavau's crew seems to be really rowing strong. They're really rowing strong now. They're making a move. About every seat they're picking on Satani Lua. But the Satani Lua crew is doing great too. They're not giving up. It's a long race. We've just begun. It's just a long race.
But Henry, the Satani 2, you must remember, was in front of the starting line, so I think they have accepted the fact that they will be disqualified because that was the statement by the committee chairman that's organizing our Fautasi race. Any boat that will be in front of the starting line when the gun goes out will be disqualified.
Well, that would be the ruling by the committee later, Monica. That would be the committee's ruling later. Right now, the Tui Vavau 2 is about 3/4 boat length ahead of Satani 2. The Aeto, way down the other line, is making a move. Aeto is number 3 right now. They're catching up on the Satani Lua. They're catching up on Satani 2 now. Aeto is now number 2. Aeto is now number 2. Is moving along. The Tuyapai is number 4. And Satani 2 is coming back, number 5, with the Kiona Sina.
Ia na o tau tanga i atu ma nei lava le sau le Aeto wasili atoa lava ia le Aeto i luma le tui Hapai le sa mua i luma fa pena fo ia le Satani Lua tu sa wa afa le Aeto i le Satani Lua o mua i luma ia le Aeto a le tui vavau le o tau mawhai lava e sili atoa i luma le Satani Lua ia le tau mate ona li liu atu foi leo la tau vae a mata o tuli ia le tuli manu le i le tolo sue Manaya lava le alwal tato tuunga manaya le sa wale aeto fa pena foi il sa tani lua o le sa tani tolu le taimil nei ia wa mamao lava itua fa pena foi malkiona sina o va lava nei e fa o lo tawivi nei mo le tulanga momua o le tui vavau o le aeto o le sa tani lua ia fa pea ma le tui hapai.
It's the race still strong. The crews are still feeling good. They're still pulling hard. Tui Vava'u still up ahead. I think the Aeto is catching up with Tui Vava'u. Aeto's now number 2. Aeto's moving, making his move now. It's number 2. They're about halfway now, and we're right here between the Naunu'u and Nu'uli. So it's a long race to go. It's a long race to go, and the Aeto's coming up. It's coming up now. Number 2. Satani 2 is making a move. It's picking up his move again. It's catching up on the on Tuyapai. But the Tui Vava'u is still going. Tui Vava'u is still ahead. I think they're ahead about half boat left from the Aeto now.
And I think all of the boats are trying to compete for the edge near the hotel, because whichever boat will come first will have that advantage of clearing off and going right off onto the finish line. But anything can happen between now and the finishing point, so stay tuned.
Henry, this race we have 2 dogleg turns. The first one is at Blunt's Point, which the boats are trying to head for now. Tui Vava'u trying to break off in front so it could cut towards the far side of your screen. That way they'll be able to cut in front of the Aeto at Blunt's Point. Then the race is for the Rainmaker Hotel. After that, it's the final stretch.
Tulanga lewa ya inele tuunga wa lo alu pe iluma ya le Tui Vava'u. O lo iluma pe Tui Vava'u pe amala. Moni lava le la usanga pa fanga e lua pionga al tuunga nei e lua pionga e folinga mai o lo suela la va al Tui Vava'u ina ia mafai ona piongo fia nga I tonu yutulei o lo tamafai a foi la Aeto wa o te tonu fanga wa manaya la lua la Aeto lo tolo mali ai fo la Aeto tai iu tai o leo tu sa pe amale wa ova mala fa va leo lo ba mai la Aeto Tui Vava'u wa pa ui tua ia le Tuia pai lo fai mea mai tuia pai ma le Satani lua il numero toru o kiona sina lo mai tua ma Satani tolu lo fai sin mau tua va na lua awa manea le sa wal va ai lua Tui Vava'u ma la Aeto lo al fatasi foi o lo tu sa pea foi e pea ma le o lo alo nei ia Tui Vava'u ila foi pea ma le luas full valu up foi le minute alo sau ia pangpango le Aeto e pe ama tos fulu a foi il minute lo silla titi na foi la Aeto ma nei al Tui Vava'u la Aeto wa iluma o titi tu sa e tamua tu unga mata ngo fiel tu unga neta ao
Tulanga tato tu unga taimil nei o leo fanga I tonu leva malmalai valele fa pe ma lauli fou ia o leo o titi leva o atui fatu mafuti il toltolo le I fatu mafuti il taimil nei le va yatu msalo e la titi leva se sili luma o le Tui Vava'u I la Aeto ma nei lava le tau mai o le au va o le Aeto fa pe ma lato o le va le fionga le nai ala I foneva o le tuunga le taimile nei le va o le Tui Vava'u ma le Aeto o lo tuli lava ia le toltolo le osue o ina tonu lava o la iloa ia le liunga va e fa pena fo ia va ia muli mai tua
ma nei le malosi foi la va ale al Satani lua ia ele bautino po le asa iunga ia o le iunga ngal komiti fa ia ona e pal fanga o lo iluma ia Satani lua alo malosi le va Satani lua o lo tau fusu mai pe lava ma le tuia pai ele o alwesa lava tuia pai o lo tu sa pe tamua tuia pai ma le Satani lua o le tulanga lewa ia nei folinga mai o tu sal tamua le Aeto ma le Tui Vava'u wa manaya le se ilumo le Aeto tulanga o tu sa tamua manaya tele sa o tuunga ia pe lava tulanga tanoa tu ele tai lava le tuunga ele yo foi le afo tuunga.
And at this time, the Aeto has caught up with the Tui Vava'u. The Aeto has caught up with the Tui Vava'u and are going stroke for stroke at this time. Meanwhile, the Tui Hapai is still in the race. It's in 3rd position at this time. And the Satani 2, a little bit backwards. It's in 4th position right now. The Kiona Sina and
Satani 2.
And the Satani 3 are in 5th place at this time.
As you can see on your screen now, the Aeto seems to be about 3 or 4 seats in front of the Tui Vava'u, depending on your vantage point. From where we are, it seems the Aeto is ahead now by a few seats. In second place would be Tui Vava'u. In third place, Tui Hapai, which is now a whole boat length in front of the Satani 2, followed by the Kionasina, which is about a boat length behind the Satani 2, and the Satani 3 is about 2 boat lengths behind the Kionasina.
Danny, it seems to me that it's too early to say which boat is up front now, number one, because it seems like the Tui Vava'u and the Aeto are going, going about the same stroke of the oars, and their bow are about the same too. Depending on which angle you're at. But the Aeto got up pretty quick. See, right now the Tui Vava'u is making a move again. Tui Vava'u is coming up. I think they're up about the first seat. But then the Aeto is moving up again. They're moving up again. It's too early to say which boat's really up front.
You're right, Henry. So far, it's bow and bow between the Aeto and the Tui Vava'u. They are fighting for a vantage point right here at Blunt's Point, which is approaching now. We are now right in line with Fatumafuti and Lauli'i, approaching the Breakers Point. We're now just square in line with Fatumafuti, approaching Blunt's Point, and that's where the race will make a difference. So far, it's anybody's race between the Aeto and Tui Vava'u. Tui Hapai close behind, as well as the Satani 2, Kionasina, and the Satani 3 way back there.
Yeah, Danny, tulangal tuunga le neiwa, wa fainga talava o tato loa po ai le va o luma. Ai pe folinga mai wa alu luma la eto. Folinga mai wa luma la eto. Wa tu sa pe la mala fa ala wa le luma la ma na ya alu tuunga. Alo tam fai mai tu va. Alo tu tolu mai ya tu ya pai. Tu tolu mai tu ya pai wa po wa tu tua Satani lua. Aole Satani tolu male Kionasina, wa fai si mama tele tua. Tulanga foi va afi ai olo manaya foi fufuanga va afi ele ya se va afi fa la belabel tuunga. Manaya tele e fufuanga foi committee nes wa manaya wa tusa pesalo po kol kuata va wa ya luma la eto ya le foto se mai tu va to se mai foi tu va lua. Manaya tuunga wa fai lawas fangtang ta watu po ai wa mo watu. Ola afu fu lava el malo se la va a eto se ato tu bailo fatu yai.
Ila temil nei ala tu atu tatu fasa longa il sunga ya sala nai lunga il maunga alava pola so tang tang mai sala il temil nei tatu tunga.
Ewe nei wa tua ma oti alva ai atu nei il motu mai luma la eto o te masalo wa a mata na pataya apa o la eto ma wa fai foi an mea so mai ai luma o le tulanga la le wa ai atu nei lunga nei maunga alava wa mua mai lava i luma la eto pe a ma le lua le tolu fautasi e mua mai luma i lo le va alo so mai ai ma lo manai lava le va ai atu lunga nei o le timu foi wa mata na matafi atu le au sa pungi ai alo wa mata na oso mai la ma ngai lava le mata atu lunga nei e leise meo fa fitauli au va ai mai se foi va afi ma va sa fa pe fa santo atu tasi o le mea ua mautinoa lava mua mai luma la aeto le taimil nei le vaia tulunga nei ua whaasangai tonu lava ia le aeto ma company sua ule le PRI au te leiloa la iai satala la tamai le mea o lo toi ai nei po le asa tulanga Henry ma whangwhanga
Paptai sala wa tusa nei pe amal tolu mal afa pol fa foi va wa ia luma la aeto mai tu vau o lo pe a foi mal fa va lo va ile tu vau ma le tu ia pai a lo tatia foi tua Satani lua pe ama lua va o fa solo tua le wa mau tele si vai tua ua fa ya tu le malo si tele la va la eto ma na tele le malo si la va a tonu la va la al walwa pe fa pe oi tal fai la eto ya lua.
It seems the Aeto crew is getting a second wind, as you can see right now, showing no signs of fatigue, faring very well. I think they're doing even better as they look back with the Tui Vava'u falling further and further behind. The Aeto now approaching the Rainmaker Hotel. This is the final dogleg turn of our race. And then we're at the home stretch heading for the finish line at Burns Phillips store in Pango Pango. So far we have the Aeto in first place, followed by the Tui Vava'u about 4 boat lengths behind. About 5 or 6 boat lengths behind the Tui Vava'u is the Tui Hapai. Behind the Tui Hapai, a boat length behind that is the Satani 2, followed closely by the Kionasina, and way back there is the Satani 3. Henry?
Ma na ya tele le tulanga le alu le e wa le aeto ri Denny. Tangai atu fo ile ato le aeto ile ulu le aeto pe inu sabi le alu atu le aeto. Ma ngai tele tulanga wa yai ya o tuunga itua. ua faya si mautua ua tusap nei pea ma le 5 le 6 va'a ua va ai ia le aeto ma le vavaulua a o le va o le vavaulua ma le tuia pai e tusap pea ma le 5 le 6 va'a ua fa'asolo lava inga pa'ui tua va'a ua to'ao mai ia le kiona sina ma sa tani tolu i o i Plants Point a leo la o la aeto i le hotel ia lo tautau mai ai tua ia le vavaulua pea ma le fa le 5 va'a ma nei al tuunga o au taltonu o le tulaga fo'i se va'a lava e masani ai tu'uga ai luma se va'a o le malosi'aga fo'i na o lona auva'a ua lē toe fa'apalapala i le tulaga lei nei o te talitonu o le tulaga na o lo'o iai nei le auva'a o laeto ua loto tele le auva'a ua i luma.
You can see on your screen the crowd that has gathered at the Rainmaker Hotel, hundreds and hundreds of spectators. And we can see from here also at the oil dock in Utule, we have people filling the coastline here in the harbor of Pango Harbor. The Aeto now getting close to the Dog Lake turn, and once they make that turn, it's the final way home, the home stretch. The Tui Vava'u falling further and further behind. They're now about 4, maybe 4.5 to 5 boat lengths behind the Aeto. The Aeto showing no sign of fatigue. As a matter of fact, it looks like they're getting that second wind, rowing faster and faster. The Tui Vava'u trying harder. It seems they're tiring down.
Le tulanga le wai nei watusa ua alo nei le Aeto le tolus fululua foi le minute. Alo malolosi pea le auva'a o le Tui Vava'u lua e tusa pea au sau nei foi il tolus fululua foi le minute au faingata foi il toi maua mai o le alu lau alwal tuunga o te taltonu e le toi maua mai le Aeto ma putasi pue mai le Aeto leu le atu pago tutui la mamanua Samoa o lea ua le atu le Aeto.
Nau tau mai mo mai fartali malo malunga le wafu fatu mulia ile malo le tnu ala taimin nei ala so soloma na ya pele Aeto ya mau faisi vai mai ala tau mafai ali mai tonga ali alo ina ya le sa o le Tui Vava'u o le ia mai le motu o eua ya lau to fa fanga
Whaftai lava Monika i alnape on tanga i mai ele tātou au mai moa. Leo wa tātou whenga i tonu lava ma le wafu swau u Utulei ia ma le maota fo i ole kovana i maunga o alii. Wa ma mao lava i luma le motu o le Aeto le nao whatua aliliu mai ele Tui Vava'u o mai le whalitali malo. O leo wa whenga i tonu lava i le Aeto ma le wafu fo lea o loo ia ia container ia i whangatongo. Ma nei lava le alu o le Aeto. Wa tau sui mai la pafoe ale Tui Vava'u le nawa pe wa toe tau whaavave mai le lato a pafoe ina ia tau mawhai tuli mai le Aeto wa mata lava wa pe wa maua le malo si anga fau le au vaa le neo le Aeto wa loto te tele foi le au vaa le nawa toe tu foi lunga i le fionga i a lala i foneva pe lava i le eise polenga le taimile nei Henry wa ma nei lava le sawa le Aeto le taimile nei.
Yeah, we're right in the harbor now, right in the main dock. The Aeto's way up ahead about the Tui Vava'u behind. We're only about 1 more mile left of this race. About 1 more mile left. There's 1 more mile left of this race, and the Aeto's still ahead about 4 or 5 boat lengths. The Tui Papai is about 6, 7 boat lengths behind the Tui Vava'u. And everybody, it looks like everybody here is yelling and cheering for the Aeto. But the Tui Vava'u too is not giving up. It seems like they're making a move. It seems like they're making a move now. But I doubt it very much, Danny, if they can catch up. Because it's less than a mile now. It's less than a mile. I can see that the Aeto crew is really pulling hard now. They're really pulling hard now. Let's go, Aeto. Manaya lalo tunga.
Ya le taimile nei wa vai lava le whaatumulia lava le mamalu le tātou atunu i nai le wafutele whaasolo tu lava ngai tai i Utulei. Whaatumulia lava i e o lo mai mo mai foi sila mai tulanga o tātou tuunga whautasi le nei tausanga. O nā peo no tau mai mo mai o whenga i tonu lava i le Aeto ma le wafutele i whangatongo. Le ai lava se fōlinga o whaavai le au vaa e pei e fōlinga mai wa atile lava o na malolosi. Wa alo malosi le au vaa o le Aeto. Muli mai lava i tua le Tui Vava'u mpe ama le 5 whautasi wasili ai nei luma le Aeto. O isi lava o tātou sāwa le ilo atu le taimile nei, o le tui hapai le nā pei fōringa mai wa o mai i le wafu fau, so mai ai ma le sātani lua, so atu ai ma le kiona sina, ia o le sātani tolu le nā wa amata o na liu mai i le toltolo le nā i le tātou whalitali malo i Utulei. O le wa o mai i le Aeto i le whale fono i nei whangatongo, a o le Tui Vava'u le nā wa o mai i le wafutele. Henry?
Manaya lava tuunga, Danny. Yawa te salo wa mautinoa numero mua man numero lua. O le numero tolu lo sautua lo manaya tuunga le sautua numero tolu. o lo tau va mai nei ia le tui a pai ma le kiona sina pe o kiona sina ma le satani lua o lo tau o mai la tau numero tolu e ma nei tu ngal numero tolu a le numero bua ia ma numero lua o te loa o mautino ia numero e tu sa pe a ma le ono le fitu va ala ia iluma nei la eto
Ia malolava Henry tu atu tatou fa'asalalau lunga ia sala o le asa utangai mai le table nei pe u whengai tonu lava ia le tatou tuunga ma le maunga o alava.
Tui a pai toa o mai le mea lo ia falfono lo nga wina o fai lava si mamao luma o le aeto a o le tuunga foi le sa mai tua se mai eu foi va matamata tu lunga nei o lo tau wa mai ale tui hapai ma kiona sina ma le satani lua e ma nei foi le tau tuli mai la wanga le tua a ralu le walo nei le aeto o te masalo ua lava le mana vale ava ona ua lava foi le lato motu luma ma le mamao lato ia nei mal tui vavau o le tūlanga la lewa iai nei pe o le tanga i mai o tātou atu no il TV o mua i luma le aeto o atu nei la aeto ua pasia ia mea lo iai le Sadie's Restaurant a le fatoa o atu le tui vavau i le mea lo iai le marketi o le tūlanga la e o lo iai nei lunga nei i le maunga o lava a po le ala se mea lo iai nei ia o tau mai o le tanga ea tu la LTV o Pango Park la ea ua tu mai luma a o fai atu foi a le aeto Moltini wale o toi mamao le tūlanga la aeto Moltini o na umalo leo la tau tau mawhainga a o lo tau mawhaia tai le tūtua a whanga ma Henry o lasa tūlanga o ienu na
sala o le tūlanga ua iel tūnga ua matautia le mea leo whaia la aeto ua mamao tele luma la aeto msalo po toi titi mo le sifulu va e va ai I mai tui vau ia tau whalongo mai foi ai le o au mai moa ia sa moa atoa o na wasau luma la eto wa mamau tele le mot ia o le tuunga le pene ta ua o tuunga va mai tua yo lo tanga ia foi mato ia ma na foi alfa fai mea mai oi wa lau lo le fia o sa moa tulanga wa ia luma la eto Danny
Haftai Henry, ladies and gentlemen, you can hear the shouts for joy and jubilation from the coastline. People screaming as they see the Aeto approaching the last 100 yards of this race to the finish line. The race in Samoa and in Tonga for the last 2 years, regardless of what boats we have, has been between the Samoas and Tonga. And we must take our hats off this year, right now, to Captain Lealai Forneva Reid and the crew of the Aeto 3 as they cross the finish line in just a couple of seconds and bring the title and the crown of Fautasi Racing back to American Samoa. A big whamalo to the Aeto.
Malo lava Danny Faftai Leala Manaya le tuunga waiai ya olo saupe na isi ba mai tua olo tang mai fai mai tu ba numero lua olo fai sim mai lu itua alo saule Manaya le tuunga iba tolu ye olo saul tang fai mai tu tolu tato se itakat tananga ya tu yai tu langao o vai tolu olo sau itua tu tolu The race is the first boat has crossed the finish line. The Aeto crossed the finish line way ahead of Tuivavau. Tuivavau is about ready to cross the line now with Tui Hapai coming back on number 3. I think it's pretty much clear now that Tui Hapai is number 3. Number 4 seems like Kiona Sina and Satani 2 is fighting for number 4. And way behind is Satani 3. Tui Vavau has now just crossed the finish line.
Ia o tau mai mo mai o wa tingi al Tui Vavau. Masalo e fuato e peama le lua i le tolu minute talu na tini ale Aeto lea wo mai al Tui Vavau. Falling mai wa langona lava i le tino vai le au vai le tau tanga i atu i le Tui Vavau. O le na e sau i le Tui Hapai. So mai e tua ma le Satani lua. O le tui hapai lava le nai malosi mai e lato apafoe tamu fai mai lava a lo tuli mai lava le Satani lua. O lewa toi titi lava o mai le tui hapai le tatou tini. So mai e mal Satani lua ma nei le tamu fai mai o le avalo no lua le nei ale itu au le Satani lua na lava tamu fai mai malosi mai le apafoe fa pena foi mal tui hapai e pe ama le lua ia fautasi o lo silia i luma i le tui hapai na i lo le Satani lua. I tua atu al Satani lua le nau i lo atu i le Kiona Sina, ia o lea ua tini al tu i hapai, o mai le tātou leina tini, sau lava le sātani lua, so mai e malkiona sina, ia o le sātani tolu nā e fōringa mai fatua tea mai a le wafutele o i nā i whakatongo. Nā wa pā le whana wa tini le tu i hapai, sau mālosi mal sātani lua, tau mawhai mālosi mai le nā lava e mālosi la foe, nā wa sisi i a foe lua o le sātani lua, o mai lava, toi titi lava pā le whana, ia le nā wa pā le whana wa tini mal sātani lua.
Tamaita o Monica ma kapiteni o fo o vaa ai mai se le kapiteni o le aeto o le vaa le mua nei fa anga tama le vao malo ya tonga sa mo sifo ma America sa mo nei o lo tam fai e fai sina lato tal nona ma le fionga le ya le ala fo neva o ia le sa fa kapitenina le au vaa la aeto ya mai si fo ia vaa lo fa o peo lato sai de lo a wa fa tau lo manga lo toi o tato waso e tu atu la ia Monica le temil nei sila tal nona maleala Monica
Lava ona le pinau na sau noi se tata nonga le aso tu na ai wa leva foi ona fia mawal man malo le ai tu fai foi sina leva le toe mawe oi mal au ba ai se pini ola la sila ngona ya te ele nei tai
Faftai Monica mo sili mo no fata lo fatu mo fatu lo atu le tapo inga ngata fale nga fulua tato mo sa ya fatu mo toto ia tainane foi tato uso mai sa mo sifo ia tu mo pule a mai se foi le tapo inga ia le maputasi mo le no pango faftai tapo ai wai umal manui al fanga tama o le fsili e moni wa leva tau sanga o lo tau mafai le mato awa nangata mai mato mu e lua taluai bu mai i upolu au leva mato tele to mu le mato lava malai ia langona foile loto fia male su malia le toi manu malo ai mai se lava wa tato uso mai tonga na mai matamata tato tunga va na o fau i toi nga va na langona lava e se le fa usanga le talafenga i matato sa yai ia na ela ese finingalo ya uta fau mala manga toi langa toi lalo tato nu ia ma fual tato sa fo o le memo mo molin fa malo wa ele wa o lo se va o le mato va ai mai se fo tapo inga al mato nu ai mai se fo telangona tapo inga tato moto ai mai se fo isa mo sif me sili to langa tato to lalo ia se tato va ai la po femela o ia ne me tu nga fatasi
e se te mil nei tu unga sa langona fo se fa polenga
faftai o la o upu na fai la wa na pole vale lava fa pe tonga to lengi to sanga toa no fai o lava matoela to sauninga pa wale time tau pol vale masalo pole 2 minute il vale en pito mai amato ana matolon mato fa solo al va na masalo 5 minute o mafanfana lo va after mo siri
ia nei la time na o to fa fonga mai mo fo ele fionga ia lele for never Peter Reed le captain yo le sa manu malo le tato tu unga le aeto mai le fionga le maputasi
o lo tato fatatali nei le taimi o lewa a fioifo le fionga le kovansili e te le aeto ia wa tau foi lava wa langa o le kovansili ia o ye foi o le aeto e sau mai pangpango le fionga ia o fatali ia le foi la wa fatiti nei el kovana i le va le o le aeto o manu malo o le o lo mato tutu ai pe ia ma tang mai foi ai wa yai nei tonu ia le fionga le kovansili ia ui fatali pita komane ia male sunga foi le lo fa a oina ia le fionga le kovansili ia wa alo tu nei le aeto ma le nga ia tu fatiti le fionga le kovansili tonu le taulanga we were just here waiting the governor to get on board the Aeto. The governor was on the island navigator, so they have just put him on board the Aeto, and the Leala, the captain of the Aeto, and the Aeto crew will now take him for a ride around the harbor. He should be riding on the Aeto. He's also an Aeto. He's from Pango. He's a high chief from Pango, and I'm sure at this point the governor is really proud of the Aeto. They're now going for a ride around the harbor, and I'm sure they're going to take him back to the main dock.
His Majesty the King of Tonga was the first dignitary to congratulate Captain Leala and the Aeto crew. And late this evening, we talked with His Majesty about the race.
Well, I think it was a very exciting race. And I went afterwards to congratulate the Aeto, and they were very happy and excited, of course. And what happened, of course, is that when we first raced crews over here, we used very heavyweight crews, 2 hour and 2 hour pie. And it was rather unfortunate in a way, because they were had a devastating effect on Samoan crews. So what we've been doing, we've been trying to use lighter crews, and we had a very light crew last year, and then we had 2 fairly light crews this year. So the Aeto had a heavier crew, so we won the race very well. Of course, he had a very good boat. I saw it. And when we had a meeting, of course, of all the people concerned with water sports in our pier, and we decided at that meeting that we should keep the boats to using wood as a material. So we have been doing that. We've used wooden howe and wooden oars, but I found this time that some of the boats here use material other than wood for the howe. For example, the Satani 3 uses some Kevlar, some other material. And I think the Aeto oars are carbon fiber. Again, it's not wood. So we will have to make a breach of the conditions ourselves and use materials other than wood for the howe and also for the oars. But I'm very happy that the Aeto did a good job today. They built a very good boat, and they had very good oars and rowlocks. I'm quite familiar with the equipment because the Tuawa and the Tuapai are now rowing in Olympic type shell boats like 4s, 8s, and 2s. And they've been rowing at the beginning of this year in New Zealand, both men and women crews, and they're winning races there. And they're now preparing for next year, and we'll be rowing not only in New Zealand, but also perhaps in Queensland and Victoria in Australia. So that we not only row in Fautasis, we also row in Palangi boats. And what we learn from the Palangi boats, we put into some of our Fautasis, like the wooden oars we have. The shapes are from the Palangi boats. But it's a very exciting sport. And, you know, I'm part Samoan. I have Samoan ancestors. So when Samoan crews win, I can identify with them and share their happiness, just as with the Tongan crews. So I'm happy whoever wins.
And are you going to participate in the Western Samoa Fautasi races this year as well?
Oh, I hope so. And we'll have to train our crews a little harder and maybe weed out some of the lighter people and put in slightly heavier crews. But we'll certainly participate because it's a tremendously exciting sport. And it's good for young people to have such a sport that, would take, say, 40 people or 40 to 50 people from a village, because while they're training, they have to cut down on bad things like smoking too many cigarettes or drinking too much beer, and they have to look after their diet. All of that is very good for young people. So I support fantasy racing very much. And of course, as we are now racing on Palangi boats, we have more young people, not only in Ewa, where these two crews come from, but in the whole of the Hapai group and the Wawa'a group. They're young people, both boys and girls, devoted to rowing, and they're training very hard. They're training for next January now, practically all years. So that keeps them away from tobacco and liquor and perhaps drugs. So the total effect, I think, is very desirable. It's very good. It should be supported, and we are supporting it. And I think you should support the same objectives here in American Samoa. So I'm very happy to be here today and to see the race, and we just have to make our crews a little bit heavier and to have a few little improvements on the boats and the oars, and we'll be all right. But I'm happy that the Aeto won today, because it encourages not only Aeto but the other fantasies in American Samoa, and perhaps it'll have a similar effect on Western Samoa. So we're gradually improving, and it's a wonderful sport, and it's very much a part of the Samoan culture. The Vikings had their own boats with sails, and other cultures have their special sport. The Indians, for example, they invented polo, which is now a sport all over the world. And I think the Fautasi will always be known as part of Samoan culture. And in fact, our latest boat is more like a traditional Samoan Fautasi than the ones we had before. So I was very happy to be here and to follow the race today. And as I said, because I'm part Samoan, I'm just as happy with the Aeto win.
Thank you very much, Your Highness.
Fine, wonderful.
Ia ma o le tulanga le nā na whaeunai le tātou tuunga i le neaso ua manu mālo le Aeto, tu lua le tui vavau, tu tolu le isi sao tonga le tui haapai, tu wha ia le satani numera lua, tu lima le kiona sina ma ia pia sa mo e sifo ai tu wono le satani numera tolu. Ia o tai au le a whapea on whaasalau sao atu le KVZK le tuunga Fautasia Samoa o le a tutu uaina o tātou sa ma le kiona sina. E amata le tuunga i le fitu i le tai au, ia ma iei le whaamoimoe le a tātou toe whetapā fo i lunga le ea i le teimi le a tai au. Au le teimi nei, ia whaasoifuaina le malo au mai moa.
Talofa, olo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVZK TV, Pango Pango, America Samoa. You are watching KVZK TV Channel 2, Pango Pango, American Samoa.
Partai Patria. Tango Yai. Se sela kakou. Se sela la una pone. Malo. Tai. Sa kau malu au koso le au ko fiki lai fa ye ka longa le Pasifika. Oh, pasi ka fa u ye lua ko ba fa. Lola pakaitai ko le kalesia lo. Ole. Ola ko saingen. Ola o skoi fa ko ya lau. Ta pega ka pa.
Avai ai se mea e sili ona taua. Sili lava. Mo Amerika Samoa i ni aso whapene. O le tani. O le vi inga ma le whaafitai ma le whaamanu lea ia fo'i i le atua.
Malo, whaafitai.
ia o kai au male aso. Ma kou whākulo waku. Silvia Towes. They say you got to will if I don't know. I ain't long. Ele fa va peo fa no no America Samoa. Nang ngai se konge na mangeo se yo mato fa lo alo tu ol malo ko van sit. Dai. Go.
Malo, fatal.
Fafitai tele mo le valaulia o nei kalesia. Ele ai ni fale tonu o le malo sila fia e taitai ia. Na o le anganga o le fafitai. E ui na ua amia le kovansili atau esi. Ai ai le taritonunga. O lea tātou te whaifua i nei. Angia pēa se fafitai mo ana ngā ruenga lei.
Yes, there is no
Kovana, sa no so o ngaluenga e fa wau. Fa feilo ayatu lo waulu fale mai. Ba ia manatua. Ele mafai o no lua fa malili ea o mata ngata. Awa o tangata e malia nei e ko mumu ngai lava. Naf.
Malo, sa o oi.
Fatai. Peta salong pawange yo lau fai pese lau pese aku ya lofa leila wali inga ya ulua. Halo. Taftai telefono. Na fesili leisi ko ingo le kumalo le sifo. Ile si fai pule. Ole ha le mea e. Fita wa ye telefono. Fai mai le tali le fai pule. Se leo femisa i matou. O mea na ola ya ile ata. A fai e tauan whapisa la solulu, e tauan whapisa la nga amatai ngā ruenga o la stof. Se sel nam ta upua. Halo, taulan.
Masa
Tatai. Kalau fai kai tai o le atunu. Awa to atele lava na ona fefe wa I matu fesili po a me o fai le malo. O isi fo ina no mai lava nga hoi me le malo. Sao. Ai le talitonunga o le nei e galesia. O lo tongi sa o maa e feso soani I lau fai ngā malo tutu ila manu. Nam!
Ai o te sai
Malo. Malo, Pastai. Moni oi te wana. Afia malam lama chili sai singai mea. Fesili la wali ia sa fai mai kua. Olo fanga mori atu mo la fainga malo tuila manua. La wa fionga il kovana malutia na kovana. E tasi ar tar sanga le mo te mai mato. Se fai masiasi mai tato lo lotu se isia sa. Langa o lua ta mao la tunu. Tau foi na lua se. Le lo pe sili ato na mato walo lo fa ya o lua. Ngai lo va nga ngai ke lo fia ya. Malo. Oh.
Talofa, olo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVZK TV, Pango America Samoa. You are watching KVZK TV Channel 2, Pango American Samoa.
La patsaia le mamalo le atunu e tusa ma le whaamai o le tenki whila. E le i whaamali e ine whaamatalanga e tusa ma le kona karate a le sungat komesina o le office au palota. Tula e sua mai timi Italia no molianga i lumo le whaamsinonga whai tu malo. Whātalo whātua Amerika Samoa e ala inisi o whaupopongo tala mai lau KVZK TV ma lo soifua maua malilange mama. Ua iai nei se whaalinga mai le matanga luenga o le soifua ma loloina mo le atunuu e tusai ma se whautuanga ili whaamai o le dengue fever mai le lolo wa o le tau sa whea ngai ma le atunuu i le vaiaso o tea. O le whaamoe moe le matanga luenga ina ia fo ia le tau tonga fitia i se taimi mulimuli o le tau longolongo e tupu ai manatu le lei. O le tanga ima mao le matanga luenga ona o le malo losi o wanga masavili le vaiaso o tea. Mai mawhai ona ola ola ai le namu ona ono fuanga susu. E a ona whaatino a wala e whaititi ai le awhia le nei whaamai. E pe o le sasaa o sua vai o lo o toa i tutono apa mai si la pisi. Whaama mau tau tai whaingo fie le namu ona ola ai. Suia whai tutoa ma whaamalama waia o whaalenga ina. Whao ngā whangu whaasiseni namu. Ma la e ina lava lava lima uumi e pui pui ai le tino mai le namu. E tolu le sifuru wha aso whaato awa aia a unga o le wha mai o le denki mai se tasi wa a fia nei. O fōlinga wa ai o le nei wha mai e au fia i le fiva ti ngā tutui o le ulu, ti ngā tutonu o mata ma so onga o iwi ma le piliki se i tulou. O loo whautua ina le matanga luenga le mamalo le atunuu ina ia whaafiso ta i se tasi o alato ofisa pe a whai walanga na ina a unga e pe o na tuina atu nei. Nunu yasu le lei mai lau KVZK News. Ua tolo po ina nei le iloilonga le senate o le sunga le komisina le tūmau ia Dr. Uyanga le lei le alofi se ia ato atoa whamatalanga e tusa malana kone karate. O le whaiunga na tuina atu le senate le sunga le fōmai a Uyanga le lei le alofi ona i le imanino le tūlanga o lo iai nei lana kone karate sanga lue ai i le nofua inga le awhionga le manu ma la pui umawai nei. Sa fisilingia le awhionga ia tongi ola tula fono, le tūlanga o le kone karate a le sunga ia Uyanga le lei, ina ne ifete ina ima le tōwhinga fōu a le awhionga i le kovana ia pulali.
Ia tula, po ua whaamuta le kovana lau, i lau konkalate lea nei iai e umai lau termi le lua afe lua sifuru ma le ono.
Lau whionga kong yola e kaumwhaia e kaiaku skulanga mangingo ma shofo i loa wae. E o ke alua ule kula fongo la eo ke talkongwa uole kong kalaki e kwa umai ai i luas furu fuongo. Ia e peka iange o makarango ngi ma le whionga le kovanga. Ia peka umai ai ua le a koe a maka uile i langa ngofua inga me whapenga. O le langonga ngai a kia e ua amai ngei ia lewa o mai e whailwhinga ngā lor kovanga. Ia saimal confirmation ia i a kongo e fōui i langa ia ko whae inga ia koe a makai lale ia le ofiso o paloka male komisinga i lalo o langa ia ka inga o la ukala kaung whaiaku ngai e kau kali aku aia lau whaafisiri kongi ora.
Sa tau mawhai atu le awhionga i a tongi ola tau la whono ina ia manino le tūlanga o le esenga o le kone karate ma le toi tōwhia o Uyanga le lei a vea makomisina o le ofisa o pālota o se tasi o whaamamafa o lona finangalo ina ia tu e se matuto o tasi le komisina o pālota mai tōwhinga whaapolokiki ina ia fo ia le whaaitu au.
E le whaalongo. Leanga e ia almela le la tupu. A whainei ai whaamaonia le tōwhinga fōu lea. A olai lava e lei ave e sealau kongkalate to a umene lua fe lua sifuru ma le ono. O lona winga i lalo tu la fono wha kongkalate. O te tau le malona tu tongi a tōlau kongkalate a walela ave ese o whaale au ngā ina i le pule wha kovana. A lela whailau tōwhinga fōu. O lona winga e te tau na tu tongi a tōlau kongkalate le vaenga le tu toi alau kongkalate. Leanga o le tūlanga na o le tūla fono ua whaamuta whaanati le i le kongkalate. Ai le o maria o iai, in melan ofisi le tue pena e maria i le tūlanga lea. Po o whaamuta lau konkalate pe lea. E le mawhaila le maota ona whaamao ni o lau tō whinga. Pe a whai o lai lava e tau o lau konkalate. Langa o le awhite na i me rua. O le tō whinga whaaporkiki ma le konkalate. E whatoa umane tau sanga pe o le angangal nasa iai. E tele ngā luenga le ofisa pe a tuana i le palota. E te tau wala i le afo i le taitai o le ofisa o na tūmau pea se i mai a le leita penanga o palotanga u tuana ai i ana to a whaile o le si swinga fau mo le tofi lea. Ai a whaila o le tūlanga lea pe on e saunua e te le o iloa po le alme o tupu i lau konkalate. Ia le ala mātou nofo atu ma tau mate po le mea o le a ese lau tō whinga whapurikiki, ese lau konkalate whaale ngā luanga. Ia, o na maua ai leo le white na i le vālea, e le aise mea al maota en whai ana whai. E le te tau whaina mātou pālota i lau tō whinga whaulea, ai le i au mai se whaamauninga, wa umalo konkalaki.
Ua tolo pōina le nei mata upu se ia maua uma mai whaamatalanga, ma tūlanga te tau wai e tūsa makone karate a le o tu e tōwhia nei e taita ia le ofisa o pālotanga le atunuu. Nunu yaso le lei, mai lau KVZK News. Ia tātou tala mai le whaamsinonga, sa tūlai le sunga ia tui mai time i le whaamsinonga whaitu mālo, e tali i ona molianga o le talepe fale i le ofisa o whaatoanga, ma se tasi o maote tutono o le alalawhanga i nuuli. I tutono le reporti mai le whaamsinonga e whaapea, o le masino Januari o le tausanga nei, sa ulu fale ai le sunga ia time i se tasi o fale i nuuli, ma ave e sia mai e se atutupe, o se mama whaipoipo, o se telefoni, o le ili, sa mala, o se spika manisi o mea whainga luenga, e tolu afe tā la le whaatupeina o nei mea tō tino sa ave sia mai lea no fuanga. Sa mawhai o na maua e leo le sunga ia time e ala ina ua vaai e se tasi o le ainga le no fuanga o lo iai le sipika e ala i se whailo. E se fulu lima afe tā la mua whaatonuina e tutongi ina e tala i tua e ta lia i aso lo na whaamasinonga i ona molianga o le talepe fale tūlanga lua ngā oi ma le soli tua oi. Ia tātou tala mai a pia, o loo whaanga solo nei whaatala noanga a le pūlenga o malaiva alele a Samoa, ma le mamalu lau tele o le atunuu, e tusa ai masuinga o le ayai, e peo la fonga tutongi le malaiva alele e la tō e tu wa ese mai Samoa. O le vaiaso na te nei sa whai e se whaatasinga le pūlenga o malaiva alele manisi o sui o le atunuu, ina ia malama le atunuu i whaopopongo o tupe tutongi le malaiva alele, e i lātou e malanga ese mai le atunuu, mai le onas fulima tā la Samoa sa maasani on tutongi e le tangata malanga, i le siitanga o le aiai ese lau tā la Samoa, o le aiai fo i le siitanga o le lima tā la sa maasani on tutongi, mo se tasi o tupe tutongi mo le valele, ma le sefulu tā la o iei nei mo avanoa e pakai ta avale, ese lau tolu sefulu tā la Samoa, le au whae e whaopopo i mea tutongi e le tangata malanga, pea o atu i le malaiva alele. Nunu yasu lelei, mai lau KVZK News. O tātou tala mai le Pasifika le nei fiafi, o atu ina atu se oka i le ofisa o leo a fiti, mai le whaamasinonga ina ia susunuina ai ni fuala au whaasaina o le aisa, sa maua i leo i la lātou o sofainga, i totono se no fuanga tu ufua i nadi, i le amatanga o le tausanga mawai atu nei, e valu se lauta ma i pusa, o loo iai aisa ma e 2 piliona tā la i le tupe fiti, a e valu se lau miliona tā la i le tupe Amerika pe a whaatupeina, o le nei awala ua whaatonuina ai e le whaamasinonga le matanga luenga o leo, o se tasi o awala o loo whaia isi atu nuu ina ia whaatama i ai fuala au whaasaina sa maua mai sue ngā leo, ina ia mautinoa le toe o atu i fafo i le mamalu le lautele, o le fuafuanga tele o le angalulu e whaatasi ai, le ofisa leo a fiti, ma le matanga luenga o le soifua maloloina, o ofisa o le puipuinga o le si o se omanga, na nisi o sui mai matanga luenga o le puipuinga, o le saunga le mula utele mai atunu e peoni usila ma Australia. Usi mai lau whaafunga malau mai mua ini se o tala mo le tau ma le tai mo Amerika Samoa. O le awhaia se whaatalatala noanga whalawa I tele a le senate manise o sui o le atunu o lo ofia moli mau e tusa mapili tau whaaofi toluiva wha ma le toluiva lima e whaatatau I le palo teina o tau whinga o le kovana ma le sui kovana Amerika Samoa. Whapea nisi o whaapoponga I anga vao I lātou o le atau vamo nei tau whinga le atunu o le awhaia lea whaamoimoi le ato luasfuluono le māsina nei I le afo le valu I le tae ao I le maoto le senate I whangatongo. I se ngā luenga tu whaatasi a le ofisa le ARPA Oversight, ma ta ngā luenga o ngā luenga lau tele ma le whale tupe o ati nae, e wala au lia ili mamalu le atunu o lo iai ngā waa ma lai sene ka muta I se whaatasinga I le aso lima o le masina o mati o le tausanga nei, I le afo le wha I le awauli se ia pa ia le afo le ono I le afiafi, e whaia lea whaatasinga I le whale lau mei I utule. Amerika Samoa o nisi nā o whaopopongo tala I le nea fiafi mai lau KVZK TV, whaaftai tere le whaatasi mai, tau wha seifua. Dengue fever alert by the American Samoa Department of Health. Senate rescheduled Dr. Riangalilei's confirmation due to insufficient contract information. A man appears in court concerning involvement in burglary case. Talo Falava, American Samoa, and welcome to your evening news here on KVZK TV. The Department of Health has issued a dengue fever alert in response to the recent heavy rainfall and changing weather patterns, contributing to increased standing water, a breeding ground for mosquitoes.
In an official statement, the Department of Health emphasized that proactive measures are critical, as it is often said that prevention is better than cure. The recent heavy rains create ideal conditions for mosquito populations to thrive, increasing the risk of mosquito-borne illness like dengue fever. The Department of Health strongly urges the community to take preventative actions to safeguard public health, such as ensuring that water is removed from areas where it can accumulate, such as buckets, tires, and containers left outside. Regularly clean up debris and refuse that can trap rainwater, providing mosquito larva habitat. Install and repair home window screens to prevent mosquitoes from entering living spaces. And use EPA-approved insect repellents on exposed skin to deter mosquito bites, as well as wearing long-sleeve shirts and long pants, especially during peak mosquito activity, which occurs typically in the early morning and late afternoon. According to the Department of Health, dengue fever is a viral illness transmitted by mosquitoes. It is common in tropical and subtropical regions around the world. While many infections are asymptomatic, individuals who do experience symptoms may notice them appearing between 3 to 14 days following exposure. Common symptoms include high fever, severe headache, pain behind the eyes, joint and muscle pain, rash, and mild bleeding. Currently, confirmed outbreaks of dengue fever have been reported in Fiji and Tonga, highlighting the urgent need for heightened awareness and community action to reduce the risk of infection. The Department of Health monitors the situation closely and encourages everyone to stay informed and vigilant during this period. Joyeta Fiangay Mali with your news on KVZK.
The Senate has postponed the confirmation hearing on the nomination of the acting election commissioner, Dr. Uyangalele Lealofi, seeking his current employment contract documents.
The Senate has postponed the confirmation hearing for the election commissioner following a request for a copy of his employment contract endorsed by the prior administration. In the confirmation hearing conducted on Friday before the Senate Rules Committee, Uyangalele stated that his contract with the previous administration remains valid until January 2026. However, his recent appointment by Governor Pulali'i Nicolau Pula establishes a new term for him as election commissioner, which became effective on the 7th of February. Senator Tongiola Tulafono pointed out that the election commissioner position is distinct from other cabinet roles. He emphasized that the term of the election commissioner coincides with gubernatorial elections, underscoring the necessity of maintaining the office's independence from political influences. Tongiola highlighted that this independence is essential for ensuring impartiality in the electoral process. When Senator Tongiola inquired whether Uyangalele's previous contract has been officially terminated, Uyangalele refrained from providing a definitive answer. Instead, he indicated that the discussions with Governor Pulali'i confirmed his appointment to a new term under the current administration. Tongiola further questioned whether Uyangalele had consented to the termination of his prior contract, stressing that if it had been concluded without his approval or without just cause, the government would be obliged to compensate him for the remaining duration of the contract. He reiterated the importance of preserving the independence of the Election Commissioner's office to maintain its credibility. Tongiola then requested Uyangalele to produce a copy of the contract he signed with the former administration. This documentation is critical for assessing the legitimacy of the transition and the new appointment. Senate President Tua'olo Manayefruen asked Uyangalele to clarify whether he had resigned from his position, and Uyangalele said no. The Senate President then asked Uyangalele if he had received any financial settlement similar to those received by other political appointees from the previous administration. Uyangalele confirmed receiving $17,000 for unused leave, indicating a financial settlement during the transition. Furthermore, the Senate President inquired about the potential establishment of a voting process for the Swains delegate, particularly in light of the recently granted voting rights in the Fono. He advised Uyangalele to seek legal counsel to ensure that a clear and appropriate process is developed before the upcoming mid-elections next year, thereby empowering the Swains delegate to exercise their newly granted rights. Senator Tuanaitau Malaki Tongiola supported the sentiments by Tua'olo, highlighting the importance of developing a structured voting process for the Swains delegate. He further emphasized the significance of their involvement in selecting the Swains delegate, asserting that the right to vote in their districts is essential for democratic engagement. Vice President of the Senate, Mangalei Longvi'i Mangalei, who's also the chairman of the Senate Rules Committee, reiterated his request to Yangalei to submit a copy of his previous employment contract. Joyeta Fiangay Mali'i with your news on KVZK.
In our court, into the agriculture office and a residence in Uli.
A criminal complaint was lodged against Suimai Time in relation to an alleged burglary that occurred in January at a residence in Nooli. This incident took place while the homeowners were away from their property, and upon their return, they discovered that the back door had been unlawfully accessed. Upon reviewing the security footage from their residence, the homeowner observed an identified individual present around their property during their absence. Court documents indicate that the defendants allegedly appropriated several items of significant value, including a wedding ring, a Michael Kors purse, a smartphone, a skill saw, a hammer, a wireless speaker, car jumper, a wood saw, and a power drill, collectively valued at approximately $3,000. The investigation progressed when one of the victims identified a man in possession of their Bluetooth speaker and reported this to the police authorities. During the investigation, the individual informed law enforcement that he had purchased a speaker from the defendants. This lead enabled police to locate the defendants for further questioning. Reports indicate that during the interrogation, the defendants allegedly confessed to breaking into the residence. He faces several charges, including second-degree burglary, 2 counts of theft, and trespassing. The district court set bail at $15,000 for the defendants in this matter. Joyeta Fiangay Mali'i with your news on KVZK.
The much-anticipated Rotary Club's annual raffle and golf tournament proceeded last Saturday. The main sponsor for the event was the GHC Reed in collaboration with other businesses on the island. It's been more than 30 years since the club initiated this first fundraiser, with all of the monies collected from this event being distributed to support their community services. One of the service projects these fundraisers support among the many groups on island is their donation to the Shriners Children's Hospital. Their service to the American Samoa community throughout the years continues to be a testimony and reflects the mission of the Rotary Club of Pampanga. In our news from Apia, travelers out of Samoa will be expecting to pay 130 tala more for air travel once the proposed departure tax and aviation security fee increases by the Samoa Airport Authority are approved.
Last week, the Samoa Airport Authority held public consultations regarding proposed increase in several fees at the airport, including the departure tax, aviation security fee, and parking fees, as well as new VIP terminal charges. The departure tax is set to increase from 65 tala to 100 tala, and the aviation security fee will rise from 5 tala to 100 tala. The parking fee has already been increased to 10 tala, and other fee adjustments will follow soon. Once confirmed, an additional 130 tala will be added to the airline fares as both the departure tax and security fees are added on top of ticket prices. Currently, the departure tax stands at 65 tala, and the aviation security fee is 5 tala. The Chief Executive Officer, Tumanvao Evile Falefatu, of the Airport Authority defended these increases by referencing the 2002 Airport Authority Act. He stated that they were necessary for change and to help develop the airport infrastructure in accordance with countries like New Zealand. He further noted that these adjustments are mandatory. When asked why the announcements regarding the parking fee occurred before any public consultation took place, Tumanwao explained that prior consultation was not legally required. They can waive fees at any time without public consultation, according to the law. If they comply with the law, there is no need for them to go through consultation with the public. Despite the CEO's justification, the announcement has sparked significant discussion among the public. Many attendees expressed frustration over the rising costs, particularly the substantial increase in the departure tax, which could impact the affordability of air travel for many Samoans. The steep hikes in parking and security fees have also raised concerns among frequent flyers and airport-related businesses. There was also a suggestion that travelers might have to say goodbye to their loved ones outside the airport terminal to avoid paying the rising fees. With parking charges and VIP access at an all-time high, many fear that simply entering the airport will become financially burdensome. No date has been provided for when the new charges will take effect. Joyeta Fiangay Mali'i with your news on KVZK.
And finally, in our news for tonight from the region, Fiji police will be vaporizing more than 4 tons of methamphetamine seized during one of the biggest drug busts in the country this week, in the tune of 2 billion Fijian dollars, or $800 million US.
In late January last year, Fijian authorities conducted a significant operation at a vacant house under construction in Nadi, uncovering approximately 800 medium-sized containers wrapped in brown tape. These containers were found to contain methamphetamine, known as ice, with an estimated street value of 2 billion Fijian dollars. Consequently, 15 individuals were charged with drug trafficking and are currently out on bail pending legal proceedings. Assistant Police Chief Mesake Waka provided details about the destruction process, which is being carried out under a high court order issued last year. The methamphetamine will be disposed of using a vaporization method in a furnace, a recognized procedure globally for safely eliminating large quantities of illegal drugs. According to Radio New Zealand, this process will take place at Dignified Crematorium, approximately 15 minutes from Suva. Waka emphasized that the destruction process was planned with extensive stakeholder consultations to ensure adherence to best practices, including health and environmental considerations. He assured the public of transparency, stating that legal counsel for the respondents would be permitted to observe the process. Subsequently, a detailed report will be made public to uphold accountability. Stakeholders involved include the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Policing, the Ministry of Health and Medical Services, Environment, the Fiji Military Forces, the Office of Director of Public Prosecutions, and law enforcement agencies from Australia and New Zealand, among others. This operation highlights a unified response to combat drug trafficking in Fiji. Joyeta Fiangay Mali'i reporting for KVZK.
Please stay tuned for your weather and tide report.
Talafalava, American Samoa. The Senate will be holding a public hearing for Senate Bill number 3904 and 3905 on Wednesday, February 26th at 8:30 a.m. at the Fono Senate Chamber, Whangatongo, American Samoa. Senate Bill number 3904 is a bill for an act entitled An Act Amending the Law to Allow for Separate Election Races of the Governor and Lieutenant Governor, amending sections 4.0103 and 4.0104 of the American Samoa Code annotated. And Senate Bill number 3905 is a bill for an act entitled An Act Amending the Qualifications of Candidates Running for the Offices of Governor and Lieutenant Governor, amending sections 4.0102 of the American Samoa Code annotated. If you wish to testify or make a public statement on either one of these bills, you can sign up the morning of February 26th at the Fono Senate Chamber. Or you can submit your commentary through the Senate website at www.asfono.gov, where you can fill out the online form and submit. Respectfully, dress code will be enforced. Gentlemen, tie and EFI tanga, and women, pulatasi or dress. For any further questions, please call the Office of the Senate President at 633-5866 or 633-4565. Male fa'alo alulava fa'afetai.
In partnership with the Governor's ARPA Oversight Office and the Department of Public Works, the Development Bank of American Samoa will hold the Homeowner and Tradesman Networking Mixer Seminar on March 5th, 2025 at 4:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. at the Lee Auditorium in Utulei. There you have it, American Samoa, the conclusion of tonight's edition of your KVZK TV News. Thanks for joining us. Good night.